Welcome to Scary Stories and Ambient Rain. This video is designed to help you relax or sleep, while at the same time giving you the creeps. All of these stories are allegedly true. Let me know in the comments section which story you thought was the scariest. Last thing before we begin, there are only 3 ads in this video after the first 3 stories. I get them out of the way fast so that you can listen without being interrupted over and over again. Please hit the old thumbs up button to show your support. And of course, make sure you're subscribed to Being Scared so that you can listen to scary stories told in the rain for many more years to come. Now, let's begin. This story happened in South Lake Tahoe, California, about 7 years ago. I grew up in Northern California, and since I was a kid, me and my family always visited Tahoe. I was very fortunate and grateful because my grandparents, on my dad's side, owned a cabin there. This will seem random, but it's important to have this context. My parents ended up divorcing when I was about 12 years old, and when this story takes place, I was probably around the age of 14. Anyway, this was one of the first times since the divorce that my mom wanted to visit Tahoe. But she didn't want to stay at the family cabin because it was connected with my dad. She ended up having us stay at the Harvey Hotel and Casino. I thought it would be a fun adventure outside from what I had known up until that point, which was that we would always stay at the cabin whenever we visited Tahoe. It was just me and my mom having some nice mother-daughter time for the whole trip. I don't remember much other than this incident. My mom ended up taking me to the local TJ Maxx, and we got some new clothes. We drive back to the Harvey's Hotel and go back to our room. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, we weren't on the top floor or the bottom floor. I want to say we were on like the 10th floor. I specifically remember no one being in the elevator with us on our way to the room. As we were unloading our new clothes we just bought, I'm standing near the hotel door Snapchatting one of my friends, when I hear the doorknob start to slightly move. Meanwhile, I have my mom in the back of the room, on her bed, yapping away like she always does. She's very talkative. I remember zoning out and focusing on the door. I very quietly and carefully looked through the peephole to see a grown man, probably in his early 30s, with a black hoodie on, trying to open our hotel room door. There's always that side of us humans that likes to try and rationalize things into a better light. And I was doing just that, trying to rationalize that maybe he just has the wrong room or something. Even though clearly he did have bad intentions. His demeanor said it all. He kept looking over his shoulders, which sent chills down my spine. The way he was slowly twisting the knob freaked me out too. It was very intentional in the way to not alert anyone inside. I told my mom to be quiet, and at first she didn't understand why. Once I gestured to the door, looking like I had seen a ghost, she looked in the peephole and saw him. I'm not sure what made him stop trying to get into our room, but one moment he was there, and the next he was gone. My mom ended up calling the hotel's security. They sent out security on our level, but he was long gone by then. Me and my mom reflected on what could have happened, trying to cope with what just went down. The conclusion my mom came up with was that he followed us either from the parking lot of the hotel or within the casino, then to our room. When I think about it, I know it doesn't make much sense because how would he know which floor we were on if he did follow us from the lobby? I swear there was no one in the elevator or even on our floor when we got out of it. I could be wrong with how I remember it, about being alone in the elevator and the floor, but I really don't think so. I hope I am wrong in a way, because the alternative is that this man also could have been watching us before this incident even took place. He had to have known it was just me and my mom. I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to try that if my dad or brother were with us. It's scary to think what could have happened if he somehow did get into our room. This story is definitely ingrained into my head. And even after all this took place, me and my mom ended up staying in the same room for that night. I can tell you, though, I didn't sleep much that night. At the time of this incident, I was 29 and my daughter was 3. I was in my bathroom bathing her and kept hearing a sound that seemed to be coming from the direction of my bedroom window. I wasn't concerned with this sound at first because I live in an apartment complex on the ground level, and people, especially kids, walk by the window in the mulch all the time. So I continued to bathe my daughter when the sound moved from my bedroom window to my daughter's. Now I noticed the sound shift, and so did my small dog. She's typically the quiet type as she's 12 years old. The sound was almost as if there was someone tapping a metal object against the glass. Alert at this point, my dog lets out this ear-piercing bark, one I have never heard from her before. Feeling on guard now, I removed my daughter from the tub and wrapped her in her towel and told her to stay in the bathroom as I proceeded to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. Fight or flight at this point is kicking in as my dog recedes from the direction of my daughter's room. I approach it. Entering the doorway, I begin hearing in a sing-song, low, guttury voice, "I'm here to play with a very pretty lady, a lady that I know. A lady that I see, a lady that I often see in my dream." Absolutely beside myself at this point, and my fight or flight sense is always in fight mode. I reached the window and drew open the curtains. As the voice kept singing the song and the tapping sound kept repeating on the window, I snatched the blind string and opened the blinds quickly just to come face to face with an old man, bearing a long and dirty beard, with eyes that sunk into his head, and dark as the night was. He looked at me and grinned, a grin that I can only describe as the one the Grinch wore when he devised his plan. Stuck in a shocked panic for what seemed like an eternity, but was probably no more than a second or two, I began to spring into action. I turned, jetted into the bathroom, and grabbed my daughter and my cell phone. I ran to my front door, still holding the knife, just in case the man happened to run towards my door. I was dialing the police and on the phone with the dispatcher as I ran out of my door and to my neighbor's house. I proceeded to bang on her door with as much force as possible to get her attention. I wanted my child safe at least. She flung open her door, upset of course, until she saw the terror on my face. As I handed her my daughter and began to force myself into her apartment, the old man came running around the corner and into the breezeway, lunging straight for me with a knife of his own. I managed to get my neighbor, her 3 kids, and my daughter into the door as this maniac arrived within arm's length of me. Slamming the door, I told her to take the kids and get into the bathroom because that's the only room in the apartment that the door locks and that there's no window. The old man was now banging and kicking her door, as well as dragging the knife down it. I stayed at the door to ensure that he did not make his way inside, and as I'm sitting on the floor, my feet pushed up against the coat closet base, and my back firmly against the door, I heard a booming voice. "Drop your weapon and get on the ground, now!" I sat listening as the sounds of a tussle came from the breezeway. Then, boom, boom, boom. "You can open the door, ma'am. It's the police." Relieved, I eased open the door in time enough to see the one officer exiting the breezeway with the man, and another asking me if I was okay, and if I could answer a few questions. I spent about 15 minutes explaining the situation to him, as he jotted down the notes on his pad. The other officer then approached us with 2 window screens, as the old man had taken the one off my window and my daughter's in an attempt to get inside. The approaching officer asked me if I recognized the man, and I told him I have never seen him before in my life. This is when the officer looked at me and said that this man admitted having been following me for about a month. He first saw me at the grocery store, which is within walking distance from my apartment. Since then, he had watched and waited for the opportunity to try to get into my apartment, to play with me, according to him. This man followed me for a month. And to make it even odder, I would tell my then boyfriend that I felt at times as though I was being watched, and I was scared. The main thing I am thankful for is that I'm the type of person who locks all the windows and doors, no matter how safe I feel. A couple years ago, my husband and I took a trip to Yosemite. We stayed outside the park in El Portal. One evening while we were driving back from the valley, I noticed that the headlights caught what appeared to be somebody laying down on the side of the road. Both feet pointed towards the street. I told my husband that there was a person laying in the pitch black on the side of the highway. He knows I love my true crime and was absolutely certain that what I had seen was just trash bags. I was so certain, I just kept saying, "No, I saw a body. I know it was a person." We made our way back to the hotel, and as we were about to park, my husband looked over at me and said, "You're really sure about this, aren't you? You want to go back?" I was desperate. Yes. As we drove by again, I saw the feet. I had my husband turn the car back around and yelled at him to stop the car. He rolled down his window and said, "Hey, are you okay?" No answer. One more time, even louder. "Hey, are you okay?" Suddenly, the woman dressed in all black sat up. She was wearing a nice down jacket, black pants, and had her purse and 3 water bottles. Her makeup was done nicely and she seemed very sweet. I could tell my husband was absolutely shocked. I asked her where she was headed. She said that she was trying to get to the Chevron station up the road and that her mom was going to meet her there to pick her up. This woman looked to be in her late 40s. I knew something weird was going on because where we found her, the Chevron station was still another 7 miles away or so. She said in her mind she thought it was only about a mile from her hotel, and she could walk it. We offered her a ride, and she climbed into the back seat. Not before I grabbed a thick scarf to wrap around my neck and pepper spray. As we drove, we tried to ask her questions. Just chit-chat. I asked why she was laying on the side of the road. She said she had gotten tired of walking and just decided to lay down, ready to give up, whatever that means. It was winter and she had no hat or gloves on. I could tell she was very fragile. Once we arrived at the Chevron station, she thanked us, got out of the car, and sat on a bench in front of the closed Chevron station store. We offered to stay with her until her mom arrived, but she declined and said she would be fine. I reminded her that there was no cell reception in the area and triple-checked that she didn't want us to wait with her. We drove back to our hotel and noticed that there were now 2 police cars in the parking lot. They had not been there the first time we arrived back from the valley that evening. I told my husband I knew that they had to be there for that woman. I calmly walked over to one of the cars and asked if they were looking for a missing person, a woman. The officer told me that they were and asked if I had seen her. I explained the situation and that I really felt like the woman had something very bad happen to her. He thanked us for picking her up and giving her a ride. He couldn't tell me what had happened, but thought her leaving and going somewhere else was a smart choice. I asked that he go check on her at the Chevron station, just to make sure she was okay, and that her mom did eventually arrive. I'm realizing that whatever happened, was at the same hotel that we were at. That evening, I looked up the local police log and found that a domestic violence dispute had broken out at the hotel. The woman had been beaten very badly, and she was so terrified that she was willing to walk in the dark without a flashlight just to escape. It's my guess that after walking about a half-mile from the hotel, she was in so much pain that she just needed to lay down. I got the feeling like she thought she may actually die there. She couldn't go back to the hotel because she had already escaped and gone to the front desk to call her mom. Her husband knew she had been there and would have come after her. The front office called the police for her while she escaped. It's my understanding that the man who hurt her was her husband and was arrested. I always wondered about her and whether she went back to him. Did her mom ever pick her up? Is she safe? Now my husband listens when I say, "There's a body on the side of the road." I was 19 or 20 when we finally found a place to rent in the same neighborhood as my family. At the time, I was 6 months pregnant with my son, getting situated in the house and the start of a new era. For some imagery, the house was a 1-story, 3-bedroom house with a den that later became my aunt's bedroom. The living room was very open and connected to a kitchen with a sliding glass door that complemented the backyard. Amazingly, we had a nice patch of grass surrounded in rocks. Compared to Hawaii, the house was actually very nice for the price we had gotten it at, given the cost of living is significantly lower than it is in Hawaii. My mother let me stay in the master bedroom with its own bathroom, which was convenient for me, since I constantly needed to pee every 10 seconds. When you opened my bedroom door, it led straight down a hallway that led to the laundry room. Staring down the hall always gave me an eerie feeling, like someone could be in the room at the end of the hall, just looking back at me, and I would never know. When my son was around 3 months old, I started experiencing weird things. At first, it was my door randomly slamming on its own, which inevitably ended up being just the AC turning on and off. Then it was the creaky noises that could faintly sound like footsteps coming from the attic. I told myself it was just a creaky house making a racket. Nothing to worry about, right? But things started to get creepier. For a few nights, I began having these vivid nightmares that would creep me out, but I would ultimately forget about them later on in the day, as I needed to tend to my child and tidy my room constantly. Then came the sleep paralysis that would occur 2 times in the same month. The first time I experienced it in that house, it was your standard sleep paralysis. Not being able to move and just listen and be in my thoughts. Looking around the room, waiting for it to end. The second time was much more sinister, and it shook me to my core. It's not uncommon to have hallucinations when under paralysis, but what I saw shook me up for years to come. I was laying there in my room. My LED light was on red, since it's the darkest color to have on that emits enough light for me to get out of bed and make my way around the room without hurting myself or accidentally tripping over anything. Especially if my baby wakes up in the middle of the night and I need to tend to him. Looking around the red-lit room, I was put on edge and felt a deep, eerie sensation that I wasn't alone, and something was watching me. I looked over to the right side of the room where my bathroom door was, not being able to turn my head, but just look with my eyes. My bed was right beside that bedroom door, 3 to 4 feet from the side of my bed. And what I saw sent a chill down my spine. The bathroom door was open, ajar, with something standing in front of it. It was very tall, wide shoulders and a slim body. Its pale face and deep black eyes that stared right into mine. It was wearing some kind of collared jacket or hood of some sort, in all black, rugged and ripped. In complete and utter disbelief, I tried to close my eyes and open them again, but I couldn't take my eyes away. There it was, so close to me, just staring. I could hear the faint sounds of my cousin Tate playing some kind of video game in the living room, talking into his headset, which made the situation feel so real. The figure started to push the door more open into the bathroom, its hands slowly moving, revealing the long, pointed fingernails, as if it was getting ready to make a move and come towards me. But then I snapped out of it and woke up. Jumping up from my position, I stared at the bathroom until I got the courage to make my way over to it and turn the lights on. Nothing. After that, I kept my bathroom door shut every night before I slept. I kept it to myself since I just didn't see the point of talking about it. I shook it off and tried to rationalize it as my mind just making things up. After that, I began to experience a few unusual things. One night I was taking a shower and started to hear whispers, faint chatter of many different voices, none of which I could recognize or understand what was being said. It sounded as if I was standing in a crowded room and everyone was talking all at once in a low volume. I called out to my mom and brother thinking maybe they came into my room and were conversing with each other. The voices stopped abruptly, and no answer back. I thought to myself, well, that was strange, and continued to shower. Slowly, the voices came back and grew louder, and louder, and louder, until something whispered, "Safari," right into my ear. I turned off the water and jumped out of the shower, running into my bedroom with water dripping down onto the carpet. My room was empty. All I could do was stand there frozen and stare at the bathroom once again. After I got dressed and made my way around the house to find it practically empty, only my brother was there, and I asked if he had called out to me or was on the phone. Puzzled, he shook his head no and asked why. I responded that I must have been hearing things. A few days later, my cousin and I decided to have a few drinks and hang out in my room. Sharing old stories about our childhood, my cousin began telling me the story of the time that we all lived in a haunted house in Virginia. At the time, I was too young and wanted to be told all the details of things that happened, but I can save that story for another day. Then I remembered when I had sleep paralysis and began to tell my cousin about my experience, but before I could describe what I saw, my cousin cut me off and asked, "Did it have a white face?" I looked at my cousin in shock and asked him, "How did you know that?" To which he casually replied, "Because I see it all the time." "Where?" "In the backyard," he replied. "Why do you think I stopped smoking outside and moved to the garage?" he joked. I asked him to describe to me what it looked like, and he said that it wore some kind of black dress, as he put it. I asked him if it had a hood or collar of some sort, and he thought to himself and shook his head. Yes. It was strange that we had both seen something similar. I couldn't really make sense of it. Intoxicated and quite interested, I started to believe that maybe we were both seeing the exact same thing. Something was in our backyard. This next part is quite interesting, and I still think about it from time to time. At some point, my mom came up to me and asked me how I felt about this new house. I told her I liked it, and how open and spacious it was, since we had so many things that we own, and didn't have a place to put it in previous homes we lived in. Then she crossed her arms and moved closer to me and asked, "Have you experienced anything strange?" Alarmed and relieved, I started to explain to her what I had told Tate weeks before. When I began to describe what I saw, my mother's eyes widened in complete fear as she put her hands over her mouth and muttered, "Shut up." She told me that the night before, my brother had sleep paralysis and saw the exact same thing, standing at the foot of his bed, watching him sleep. As we talked amongst ourselves, I guess my uncle heard what we were talking about and came out of his room to tell us that he had also had sleep paralysis and had seen something flying around his room in a black gown, ordering him to leave. It is clear that nobody had told anyone about their experiences, and yet we were all seeing the same thing. It is also strange that everyone had experienced some kind of sleep paralysis. The last experience I had was when my son turned 6 months old and began walking around. He would stare at various walls in our home and would giggle and walk around as if something were there talking to him. He would babble back at the walls and sometimes stare down the same hallway that gave me chills and point to something at the end of it. We have now moved out of this house and haven't experienced much since then. I hope that whoever moved in doesn't experience the things we have. I know Arizona is known for sightings of skinwalkers in the deserted areas in which we live in, but I hope I never see anything like that again. If anyone can justify these experiences, please let me know. I would love to hear what you may think. I live in the UK, and a few years ago I sold up, took early retirement, bought a boat, and dropped out to go on an adventure exploring the UK's inland waterways. I don't have a mooring through choice. The whole reason I bought a boat was to get out and explore, and doing this has taken me to some really interesting places I wouldn't have thought of visiting otherwise. I visited some urban and really lively areas like Liverpool, but also spent time out in the sticks away from everything in extremely rural and peaceful spots. It's pretty cool being able to choose your spot dependent on your mood, and if you don't like the area or don't like your neighbors, you can just throw your ropes and move. In the UK, the waterways license enables you to boat without having to take a formal marina berth, provided you genuinely keep moving, with most mooring spots being free up to 14 days before you have to move. This is called constant cruising, and if you have a decent craft, well set up for off-grid living, it's an amazing way of life. Many people choose this way if they're not tied by their jobs or on an adventure like me, but there are many living on pretty shady, unlicensed boats out on the network because they can't afford anything else, and some with some issues that you would be best to give a wide berth to. I am a lone female boater with just my dog snorkeling spaniel and 2 cats as crew, so I follow lots of boating forums to keep an ear out for problem areas or people and try to be sensible with my safety and my choice of stopping points. It's been very rare that I've ever had any sort of issues in the years I've been doing this, but occasionally I'll find I've got little choice about where I have to stop or how long for. In the wintertime, I can often come across navigations closed due to flooding or broken infrastructure, like a broken lock stopping me in my tracks. In summer, it's not unheard of for a canal to run out of water and find myself unable to move until the level rises again. As I'm writing this, I'm stranded on a quarter-mile stretch of canal with river navigations at either end, closed due to flooding, and I've been stuck here for 2 months now. My cats like to go out, so I always try to moor away from roads and seek out spots where the cats would have an escape route from any pursuing dog, like a thick hedge or a fenced-off area of some kind. So I chose a spot right up at the end of this canal, alongside a derelict industrial area. There's a couple of gaps in the steel fencing a person can get through, and after checking it out to make sure it's reasonably safe, and finding mostly just piles of bricks and unusable but deteriorated roadway left, I've been in there regularly walking the dog, with the cats even trotting behind. Only once have I ever seen anyone else in there, and that was just another lady with her dog. My cats have discovered there's mice in there, and they're having way too much fun to come home as often as they usually do. So it's become a nightly ritual to have to go in with my head torch and dog and retrieve them before bed. They are both pretty great cats that think they're dogs, so if I go and shout for them, they'll come running and follow me all the way back. The first 7 weeks went without incident, but a few nights ago, I was in there shouting for one of my cats when I heard what sounded like bricks being bashed together in very deliberate, even-spaced multiples of 3. My first thought was someone was hurt and maybe can't call out, so they were trying to get my attention. So I stopped and listened. Another 3 bashes came, but this time, nearer. Okay, someone's moving and definitely not stuck. So I pick up the pace and think that this is just weird. It's 11 p.m. and below zero with ice everywhere. There's no shelter, just piles of bricks. So why would anyone be in here? My cat comes bounding up at this point, so I just scoop her up and practically run back towards the fence. Another 3 bashes. The first one really loud and heavily emphasized, and again, all very deliberate and evenly spaced. But this time, nearer again. I've moved quite a distance and turned a corner by this point, but the noise has followed and switched sides like they had cut the corner and almost caught up with me. I get us all through the fence and back on the boat, locking it all down. At first, I don't hear anything, but my cats do, and they keep lifting their heads and alerting to something outside. But then I do hear it. The fence is only about 10 feet from my side of the boat, and I hear a growling coming from the other side. Loud growling. It was a god-awful sound, and I sat there scared witless, wondering what kind of freak would be doing that, and what they were going to do next. If you can imagine a human trying to mimic the sound of a slow revving motorbike, it kinda sounded like that, and this went on for nearly 10 minutes. I turned all my lights off in case they could see in, and sat awake for hours, too scared to sleep, and constantly watching my crew for any indication that they could hear anything, but there was nothing further, and I eventually fell asleep. 2 days later, I was walking down the towpath and walked past a small, rough-looking cruiser moored about 200 yards away from me. As I passed, I heard a man's voice mimicking me, calling my cat's name, like I had been that night before. I looked over and saw a really scruffy and dirty-looking man, I would say in his 30s, with dark hooded eyes and god-awful teeth grinning at me. I have no doubt this was his way of telling me that it had been him that night, and he looked like he was now trying to freak me out even more. So I stopped for a second and gave him my best defiant, "I'm not scared of you, and you would think again, because I am a secret badass" stare. I even managed a sly psycho-esque grin of my own right back at him before walking off. I don't know why I reacted like that. Generally, challenging someone who might be unbalanced is a dangerous thing to do, and wouldn't be my usual approach. Apart from the fact he looked mentally ill at best, possessed at worst. Anyone who roams around at night growling has some real scary issues. But just there in the moment, I just instinctively felt the need to stare him down and not show fear. And boy, do I hope my instincts were right, because I am still stuck here, and despite my bravado, I am in no way a badass. Thankfully, haven't seen him since. In fact, in the 2 months I've been here, that was the only time I have clapped my eyes on him at all, despite walking past the boat every other day. I really hope to keep it that way, and as soon as those navigation lights change to signify the river is open again, me and my furry crew are out of here, and to the possessed-looking growling guy, I hope your boat is as clapped out as it looks, so that you can't follow. For a bit of context, after moving to a more rural area, I haven't been able to see my grandparents as much as I did when my family and I were living in the city. Because of that, once in a while they will take the long drive over here to stay for about a week or two. Last Monday, that is exactly what happened. My grandmother, grandfather, and uncle came to stay for a week. Now, my family and I own a German Shepherd dog named Kane. He is about 2 years old, and boy, is he hyper. Kane does not like anything coming onto our property or into our home, so he will bark for ages unless the thing leaves or we remove him from the situation. While my grandparents and uncle were here, he barked at each and every one of them through the glass storm door that's attached to our front door, and he would bark at my grandpa whenever he went to sit outside. One night, we had him inside in a dog crate because he comes inside to sleep sometimes. His crate was placed behind the couch, and sitting at the edge of the couch was my uncle. And once Kane got a good sniff and realized that he wasn't one of us, he started barking. So we had to put a blanket over his crate. Now that you know how crazy our good boy is, here's the story. As I'm telling this, my grandparents and uncle just left about an hour ago, and my uncle had quite a story to tell in the morning. Last night, Kane's crate was placed in my room because, well, I wanted him in my room. Always having outside dogs throughout my childhood, I never got to have one of them sleep in my room with me, so I was quite excited about our upcoming sleepover. After getting the crate in my room and placing a blanket down for Kane, we brought him in from outside and into my room. And in the hallway outside of my room, there are 2 bathrooms on the wall to the left. I closed my door so Kane wouldn't see one of my grandparents or my uncle trying to go into the bathroom and start barking at them in the middle of the night. After reading and talking to Kane a bit, I turned off the lights and we both went to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, around 1 to 3 a.m., my uncle got up from the couch to go use the bathroom on the other side of the house. We always have a small light on in the kitchen at night, so it isn't too dark. And I'm guessing that's how my uncle saw what he saw in the hallway. After walking from the living room and through the kitchen, he got to where the 2 bathrooms were. And sitting motionless in front of my bathroom door was what looked to be Kane. His mostly black fur almost blended in with the darkness, making it difficult to see his face. Ears straight up, not barking or growling, just staring. Heavily unnerved, he turned around and walked back to the living room. A while later, my grandpa got up to use the bathroom, and lo and behold, nothing was there. My uncle was adamant that he did see Kane in that hallway. But Kane was in my room, inside of a locked cage and behind a closed door. And if he was merely seeing things due to being sleepy, the fear of the situation would have woken him up enough for his illusion of Kane sitting in the hallway to disappear. Sometimes I'll see a spider or multiple spiders on my wall while I'm half asleep, and once I blink or really look at it, they will disappear. But what my uncle saw didn't. So I believe that he did see something, but it wasn't Kane. It was something trying to take the form of Kane. For what reason? I don't know. But the intentions of that potential entity remaining unknown make it all the more disturbing. My family immigrated to Germany in the 70s. A lot of workers were needed then, but many locals didn't like the fact that with the immigrant workers also came immigrant families. My parents both worked shifts at factories, which did not leave any time for my upbringing. In those days, this meant that most children were sent back to the grandparents in our native land. But my mother, herself having been forced to live without her parents for a while, did not want her child to grow up like that. Instead, she insisted that I get a nanny. Her name was Giesland. She was a nice older German lady with 3 daughters of her own, all grown up now, and only the youngest one, around 19, still living with them. I rarely ever saw her though, since she was a university student at the time. They lived in a nice little house at the outskirts of town, on a hill with lots of wood and farmlands. I loved it there, and I got to see my parents every week, at least 2 days on the weekends. This all seems to be a lot of background information, but it is important to understand what came next. The area where my nanny lived did have 2 more houses close by, and then there were some farmhouses further away. One was our direct neighbor, a nice German family with a teenage son who sometimes played badminton with me. And then there was a huge old mansion that always looked like a castle to me. It was further down the hill, and surrounded by some wooden area and high fence, was built all around it. Whenever we left the hill or returned, we had to pass this building, and I always wondered who lived there. But I never saw anyone, and Giesland never talked about them. She was otherwise a very talkative, lively person, so that's why it seemed odd to me. I was never too curious. I kept happily playing alone or with the neighbor's boy or the neighbor's cats, until one evening. Giesland dressed me in my finest dress, and to my surprise, we went to the mansion. There was a big party, lots of people in fine dresses and expensive-looking suits. Tables were full of foods I have never seen before, and the house, although huge on the outside, seemed even bigger from the inside. While I tried to find Giesland, whom I lost sight of after she left for the bathroom, 2 very big white dogs padded into the dining room where I was sitting. I have had some bad encounters with big dogs, so those 2 scared me senseless. But I did not want to scream and embarrass Giesland. So I backed up, trying to get away from them quietly. This seemed to spark their interest in me, however, so I ended up having to run from them room to room until I was cornered. I'm sure that they never had any bad intentions towards me and only wanted to play. But I was so scared, I silently began to cry. At that moment, a young girl appeared behind the dogs. I still remember her clear as day, although this happened more than 2 decades ago. She was around 8 or 9, maybe a little older than me at the time. She had short, dark blonde hair up to her chin, with a fringe, which was slightly curled. Her eyes were brown, and she was very pale. On the other hand, was quite dark. The girl called to the dogs and both left the room obediently. The relief I felt is hard to explain. I wanted to thank her, but she had already turned and left before I could. I started running after her when I was suddenly stopped by some old German man I vaguely could identify as the host of the party, and beside him, his wife. I don't remember their faces, but I do remember they did not like me being there, practically radiating a form of hostility I could not understand. There was some heated discussion with my nanny. Then she took my hand and we left. She was mumbling angrily about their behavior while returning to our home. I looked behind me while we walked, and sure enough, the girl was standing at one of the windows, one hand pressed against it, smiling. I smiled back at her and asked Giesland if she thought they would let me play with the young girl from the party sometime. This made her stop and look at me, eyebrows furrowed in obvious confusion. "What girl?" she asked. "There was no other girl your age." I relayed to her what happened before the couples had stopped me so rudely, but the furrows between her brows only deepened. We continued walking, and I had only just started thinking that the conversation was over when she suddenly said, "No, child, I think you're mistaken. There was no other girl. In fact, it seems children were not invited to this event." She added, a grim note in her tone. There was not much I could counter. I was raised not to argue with elders. I never saw the girl again, even though I scanned the windows carefully every time we passed the building. After all these years, I'm asking myself if my brain had made her up, or if I did encounter the helpless ghost of a little girl that at one point had lived and died in that house. Some things we ought to never find out, and I am okay with that. It was fall of 2015, and I was 14 years old. I've always stayed up late on the weekends, where the sun started to rise and you could hear the early morning birds. I was usually up playing whatever video game I was into at the time, or watching anime. One night, I decided to watch one of my favorite movies to date, Spirited Away. It must have been about 3:30 or 4 o'clock a.m. at this point, when I heard a crash outside the front of the house. It sounded metallic, like some kind of crunching and breaking of what I thought could be our satellite dish hitting the pavement of our driveway. It scared me at first, but I blew it off and figured I would just let my dad know in the morning when he woke up for work. There was no reason to bother him now about it. Not like it was an emergency or anything, since I didn't even watch cable. I resumed watching the movie. We lived in the outskirts of town, surrounded by forest. There was about a quarter mile on either side of us before we reached the neighbor's property. We lived on a hill where the road curved around the grass that lined our front yard. It was sharp enough that you couldn't see if anything was coming while pulling out of your driveway. You had to roll the windows down and listen for any approaching cars. Across the street from us was a golf course, and a bit farther than that was a local zoo, so you could imagine there is not a lot of light or people around at night. 10 minutes or so had passed since I heard the satellite fall, when I started to hear what I thought was faint screaming from outside. I could feel my ears getting hot and my heart starting to race. I paused the movie and sat quietly, listening. Another one. I tried to believe it could have been some kind of animal out there, but it was definitely the scream from another human being. I got up and just stared at the curtains that covered the window in our living room, too afraid to pull them back and look outside. The screaming continued. A woman. My mind jumped to the first horrific thing I could think of. Someone is getting murdered in the woods outside of our house. Still being weary about the situation, I woke up my older brother first and told him what I had heard. I must not have seemed frightened enough because all he did was shuffle in his bed and say with a groggy voice, "It's probably a monkey or something that escaped from the zoo. It happens." With him being around 4 years older than me, I decided to try to believe that. I went back out into the living room. The screaming was too surreal for me to ignore. It was blood-curdling. All I could do was stand there, frozen with fear, listening to it wail on faintly from outside. I wasn't sure what could be happening out there anymore. This had been going on for what felt like 10 or 15 minutes by now. If someone was getting killed in the woods in front of my house, I thought, it would be over by now. With almost perfect timing, as I'm standing there frozen, hair standing up on all ends, and eyes wide, there was a knocking on our front door just a few feet away from me. They're coming for us. Without even thinking, I bolted into my parents' bedroom down the hall. "Dad, someone's knocking on the door!" It looked like some sort of force had pushed my father out of his bed. He sprung into action. It took him all of about 5 seconds to get up, get to the closet, and pull out a weapon. He motioned for me to stay behind him as he crept out from the hallway, to the living room. With his back against the door and weapon in hand, he slowly turned the knob and opened the door to reveal a small child. This kid had to be about 7 years old with cuts on his face and arms. "My mom needs help," he said to us. My father opened the door all the way to reveal that down the hill, a van had crashed head-on to the tree across the street. The screaming was coming from the mother behind the wheel. Now that I could hear it fully, she had been screaming for help. He told the kid to hold on for a second while he went to throw on some clothes. By this point, my mom and brother were awake and standing next to me. My father told us to stay while he went down to check out the situation. If anything really serious or gruesome was down there, he did not want any of us to see it. We took the kid in, wrapped a blanket around him, and got him some water. We put cartoons on the TV and tried anything we could to distract him. My father later told us there was the mother, a toddler, and an infant also in the vehicle. The toddler was completely fine, and the baby had been flipped out of its car seat and was sitting on the floor of the back seat. It had its arm curled up to its body, holding it and crying. It must have broken something. The mother, on the other hand, was crushed in between the seat and the steering wheel. She went on yelling that she couldn't feel her legs and begged my father to look and see if he could see anything. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone flashlight and tried to look down at her legs. They could have been torn up, mangled, or even severed from her body for all he knew. But he couldn't see anything. The front of the car was pushed in so far that he couldn't even see past the steering wheel. The woman was small, maybe 100 pounds or so, and that is what saved her life. Had she been any bigger, the 55-mile-per-hour impact would have killed her instantly. She said she had fallen asleep at the wheel on the way home from her parents' house. Once the police and paramedics arrived, we gave the kid back to them and watched from our driveway. They pulled out the jaws of life to cut away the pieces of the car in order to get to her. It took about 45 minutes to get her out of what used to be her SUV. The impact of the crash combined with shredding the thing apart, it hardly looked at all like a vehicle anymore. It was too far away and too dark out for me to make out most of what was happening. I don't remember them pulling her out, which is probably a good thing. I can't imagine what her legs must have looked like. Everyone was put into the ambulance and headed to the hospital. My family and I stayed awake for a few hours after that, still shaken up from what had just happened. I'm 22 now, and I still think about that night a few times a year. I don't think I'll ever forget the screams of pure pain and fear that I heard that night. Something is going on here. My wife and I recently moved to a new area for more work and housing options to suit our family. This isn't the first that I've written about this either. To make a long story short, my family and I have all been experiencing what seems to be missing time. We've been living here for about a year now, and we have settled in nicely. Aside for the occasional just call them bizarre incidents, things are fine. This all started, I'll say, about 6 months ago. The first time it happened was when my wife and son went for a walk and swore they walked down the street, only to end up at the end that they started at. They had been out running errands and had been gone for an hour or two. But in my time frame, they walked out the door and 5 minutes later came in with arms full of groceries and a weird look on both of their faces. We chalked it up to none of us actually paying attention to the time and left it at that. Only one day, a couple of days later, I had something similar happen to me, and when I looked back at the road this time, it was missing a section. It was weird to say the least, but again, I dismissed this as just being tired. Maybe a trick of the light? Looking back, I could not have been more naive. What was happening to us would turn out to be very real. Over the next couple months, the same scenario would play out in the midst of various errands or mundane day-to-day goings-on. For days at a time at first, it would be normal, only to leave in an anxious web of panic and dread as we seemed to sink into the cracks of a skipping record. Over and over, we would go about the same events, stuck in an endless loop, with no way of knowing what is happening or how to escape. As time went on, it became more frequent, and thus more and more difficult to judge the measure of time. At its best, it was a blip in time, a short skip over a fragment of instance along our path through our day-to-day existence. At its worst, a tirelessly, endlessly cycle of hellish continuity, leaving you exhausted and shaken by the time you end up getting out of it. This makes it all so much stranger. Whenever we escape these glitches, time trudges on ceaselessly, as if it had never faltered, and yet you feel like you ran a marathon. It is exceedingly difficult for me to try to explain accurately. Just the other week, I made my morning walk down the busy street and down to the bus terminal, where I would catch my bus for work, only to get to the end of the road and be on the other end of where I started again. Again and again, I went through the motions of this morning ritual in a rondo of absolutely terror and astonishment. It would be easy to dismiss walking by identical plumes of grass or a similar maple tree in a town of millions. But God only knows how many times I must have walked by the same Thai restaurant before it clicked for me again. My heart fell into my stomach as I realized I was again stuck in whatever this was. I still don't understand it. It doesn't happen every day, and I can't say that it's ever occurred to me more than once in a day, and never to this sort of scale. Never mind if this is possible. If this is the case, why? What is the function of time if I constantly have to endure such a loop? What is happening in order to cause this? In that moment, I could feel panic start to set in, as I again felt trapped in an inescapable prison of infinite space and time. I don't know why, but when I started to feel my instincts swell up to the surface, I just started running. It isn't like I was running out of time. I ran for my life as I was trying in vain to break a record, like a horse with blinders bouldering down the road, trying desperately to escape what spooked it. Around the bend and through the city blocks of established and once established small businesses, marked with thinned canopies of young native saplings and the many parkettes lining the dying borough through which I commute, I ran straight through to the bus station, as if nothing could impede me. Ahead of me, I could see the downtown core, buses turning off and on the turnout into the bus terminal. A low-flying jet plane passes above the hustle and bustle of the city ahead of me. I near the entrance of the bus terminal, quickly making my way towards the crossing between me and the glass door to the lobby. My heart is pounding in my chest to the point where I think it's going to burst. I can barely see, sweat dripping out of every pore of my body, carrying the salt from my brow into every corner of my eyes. As I vaulted up off the street and onto the crosswalk, I looked up and met the glance of a wiry old man staring up at me from the bench in the terminal on the other side of the glass. I looked down, and as my feet met the ground, I understepped and toppled face first and slid on my arms tucked into my chest, colliding into the brick of the bus terminal wall just next to the door. I felt a jolt and a sharp crack as my head hit the wall. Everything spun around me as the darkness in my head bruised with an aura of brilliant color. I felt heavy as I lurched over onto my side in a daze, and with my eyes still closed, I could tell that I was bleeding pretty badly. My head throbbed as the jagged shards of rock and broken glass bore into my arms from the weight of my body pressing down. Warm blood mixing with the silt of my sweat and the dusty pavement. As I struggled to make sense of my surroundings, I threw an arm up and managed to grab hold of the ledge of the window above and pull myself up to lean against the brick. I opened my eyes, and in a blur, I made out the streets around me, the bright light of the sun cutting through the haze of my vision. As it all came into focus again, I realized the hustle and bustle was gone. There wasn't a soul around for miles, save for mine, at least out here. My stomach churned as I closed my eyes, and my head fell back to meet the cold wall behind me. With my eyes closed, everything began to spin again, and I was met with an overwhelming urge to sleep. As I tried to pull myself out of it, I heard the door behind me swing open, and a staggered shuffling with the distinct clatter of a walking stick. It must have been the old man that I saw. "That was some show," I heard the old man say as I lay in my daze. I willed myself to perk up and opened my eyes to meet the old man's face above me. Nobody. As I sat up, my stomach hit the roof of my mouth, and I keeled over to the side to vomit as my stomach retched. While I sit crouched over myself panting, the digital bell tone sounded on the hour as the midday sun met me from behind the tall buildings above me. The sun, I thought to myself. It's moving. As I slowly started to realize what this meant, a flock of pigeons swoops in cooing to land at the platform. The passive whispering of distant traffic slowly begins to re-enter my periphery. It's over. Addled and exhausted to my core, I made the wise choice to head back to my place and call in sick for the day. There was no way I was going to put in a day of work after that. Needless to say, I was also covered in blood and scrapes up and down my forearms, and likely had a head injury that needed medical attention. My wife at work, my kids at school and daycare. I went up to the hospital myself and ended up getting treated for a moderate concussion. I spent the rest of the week resting and trying to get over what happened to me over the course of that morning. Still, I never told a soul, not even my wife. But I know for a fact she knows. She has to. At this point, we both experience these things regularly, and there's no denying she's acutely aware of the severity of this particular time. Silence speaks countless words in this house. We don't have to say a word. I've lived in the beautiful city of Los Angeles for about 8 years now. My family in the Midwest always asks me, "Isn't there so much crime there? I don't know how you deal with it." But other than getting my car battery stolen a few times and the terrifying incident I'm about to share with y'all, I haven't really encountered much. This occurred in an apartment complex in Hollywood I was living in with 3 roommates about a year before the pandemic hit. For those who haven't been to Hollywood, let me set the scene. Most of it is the complete opposite of the glamorous, celebrity-filled mecca that we are shown in the movies and pop culture. Maybe it really was glamorous at one point, and those remnants can be felt in some places. But now, it seems to be a magnet for the sketchiest people you can imagine. It's extremely dirty, and sometimes feels unsafe to walk the streets by yourself during the day, let alone at night. You truly never know who you will run into, and I don't mean that in a good way. Now for the apartment complex itself. As mentioned, this is a sketchy area, but for whatever reason, my complex didn't have any security on site, ever. I've lived in far less sketchy apartments in LA that had security patrolling the buildings at all times, so not having any just seemed a bit insane. To make things worse, the complex would rent out certain apartment units to Airbnb guests, meaning that randos were entering and leaving the building 24/7. Both of these elements contributed to what happened on the night in question, which also happened to be the day I moved in. So on this day, I was almost done moving all of my stuff in. It was around 9 p.m. that night, and all that was left to carry inside from my car was a suitcase full of clothes and a stack of records. I walked into the lobby of the complex carrying this stuff and waited for one of the 2 elevators to come. As I was waiting, a group of 3 or 4 people entered the lobby who were clearly here for an Airbnb, judging by their luggage and wide-eyed sense of wonderment. As this group came into the lobby doors, which were entirely made of see-through glass, I noticed a man lingering directly behind them. My first glance at this man filled me with a feeling of dread. You could just tell that this was someone off the street who did not need to be entering this building. He was tall, with wild hair, wearing a filthy wife beater that I'm assuming was white at one point. He had a dangerous, dead-eyed quality that communicated to me that he was out of it, on something, drunk, or something else. Not sure, but I knew that I did not want this man in my building. The group of tourists continued chatting to each other, completely oblivious to this man trailing them. To my dismay, they allowed him to stagger into the lobby right behind them. Now, myself, the tourists, and the man are all standing at the front of the elevators. The tourists still seemingly oblivious to how unhinged and potentially dangerous this man seemed. As both of the elevator doors opened at the same time, I scurried into one, and the tourist shuffled into the other. To my absolute horror, the man jumped into my elevator at the last second, as the doors closed. I realized I was in there trapped, alone with him. Now, I am already a paranoid person who is way too addicted to horror and true crime, so I was freaking out at this point. I was standing as close to the front of the elevator as possible, while the man stayed toward the back. It became more and more apparent that this was a man who was on something and incoherent, as he began muttering things I couldn't understand behind me. I had no idea if it was directed toward me, himself, or an unknown entity that only he could see, but I didn't turn around or look his way, out of fear of encouraging it. His mutterings grew louder as I continued standing toward the front of the elevator, praying that he wouldn't try anything. The man then gruffly snarled, "Hey!" I shot him a look out of pure reflex to see him with an undone zipper, touching himself, and staring at me with those dazed, unwell eyes. This entire sequence felt like an eternity, but was probably only about 1 minute or so. As we finally reached my floor and the doors opened, I walked out of the elevator as quickly but as calmly as possible, not wanting to provoke him further. I lived at the end of the hallway, a straight shot from the elevator. I was about halfway down the hallway thinking that I was possibly in the clear, as he didn't seem to be following me, but I could still hear the man making incoherent noises from the elevator. I glanced behind me to see the man exit the elevator. "Roar!" he yelled down at me. And that was it. I was not about to make it this far to get attacked now. I started running, still dragging my suitcase and holding my records. And to my panic, he started running after me. My stuff crashed to the ground as I dropped it and ran as fast as I could to my door, which was unlocked, thank God, due to my other roommates being home. As I slammed the door shut and locked it, the man reached our door, muttering and growling. I honestly don't even think he knew where he was or what he was doing. He seriously seemed that messed up. Maybe he only started running because I started running? Who knows? But thankfully I had made it to my door before him, thanks to his pause before coming after me. After I had gotten inside my apartment, I was shaking and crying from the shock of it all, and sitting with my back against the door. My roommates had heard me scream as I was running down the hallway, which I wasn't even aware of doing, and came to ask me what had happened. I explained the story to them, but was too scared to look outside of the people at that point. My roommates did for me, and said that the man was just wandering around our hallway, looking lost for a few minutes before going back down the elevator. Surprisingly, that was the only crazy thing that really happened in that apartment. There was one time that the glass doors in the lobby got completely shattered by someone, and we were literally without doors for a while, leaving us exposed to anyone who wanted to wander in and do whatever they wanted. Oh well, I'm glad I made it out of that place, alive. Two years ago, I took a part-time job that still haunts me to this day. I decided to finally write about my experience, hoping it might help process everything. I was a college student, and like a lot of you, I needed a part-time job to help cover tuition and other expenses. After a long search, I found what seemed like the perfect job. It was a caregiver position, working from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., taking care of elderly people. The job was pretty straightforward. Make sure they took their meds, had their meals, and just hang out with them for a few hours. I got assigned to take care of this 85-year-old lady. Let's call her Mrs. Eleanor to keep things anonymous. She lived alone in this quaint little house on the edge of town. The place was old but well kept, with a charming, slightly overgrown garden that probably hadn't seen a gardener in a few years. She had a small poodle named Max, who was always by her side, following her around everywhere she went. From the start, the house felt off. There were no family pictures anywhere. I mean, you would think at her age, she would have photos of kids, grandkids, maybe an old lover or something. But no, nothing. It was weird. The walls were bare except for a few generic paintings. I asked her about it once, just casually during a conversation, but she brushed it off and changed the subject real fast. She had this look in her eyes, a mix of sadness and something I couldn't quite place. I didn't push it because I didn't want to lose the job, but it definitely made me curious. My daily routine was simple enough. I would get there around 5 p.m., cook dinner, make sure she took her meds, and just keep her company for a few hours. Max, the poodle, was a friendly little guy, always happy to see me, wagging his tail and jumping around despite his age. Mrs. Eleanor, though, was polite but pretty reserved. She didn't talk much about her past or family, which just added to the mystery. Our conversations were always pretty basic, like talking about the weather or what was on the news. Every evening as I cleaned up after dinner, I would hear Mrs. Eleanor singing a lullaby. It was the same soft melodic tune every night, echoing through the quiet house. While the song was gentle, it really creeped me out. It felt so out of place in the otherwise silent house. She sang it every night, like clockwork, and it always made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Sometimes I would find myself pausing my cleaning just to listen. The whole situation was unsettling. The house, the lack of family photos, the nightly lullaby. It all felt like pieces of a puzzle that didn't quite fit together. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper, darker story behind those melodies. It was like the house held secrets that it wasn't ready to share, and I was just an outsider peeking in. As the weeks went by, my curiosity grew stronger. Why was she singing this lullaby every night? Who was it for? The routine stayed the same, but the sense of unease kept building. I had been given strict instructions by my employer to not go into Mrs. Eleanor's room. It was one of the non-negotiable rules of the job, probably to respect her privacy and maintain professional boundaries. One evening, while I was cleaning the dishes, I noticed that the door to Mrs. Eleanor's small office was slightly open. She had always kept it closed and had told me it was just a mess she didn't want me to fuss around with. But that evening, the door was invitingly open. Hearing her close the bathroom door upstairs, I decided to take the chance and peek inside the office. The room looked straight out of the 1960s. Blue walls, a small single bed, a wooden desk cluttered with old papers. There was a small closet to the left that caught my eye. The whole setup struck me as odd. This room, which looked like it belonged to a young boy, was in the home of an elderly woman living alone. There were no pictures, no personal belongings, nothing to explain why this room was here. I couldn't explore more because I heard footsteps right above me, making my heart race. Panicking, I quickly closed the door and hurried back to the kitchen. The rest of the evening went by uneventfully. I gave her the necessary pills, made sure she was comfortable, and left for the night. But I couldn't stop thinking about that room. Why would she have a boy's room in her house if she had no children? The thought gnawed at me, creating a whirlwind of questions. The next day, my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to do some research on Mrs. Eleanor. I spent hours online searching for any information about her, but nothing came up. No social media profiles, no news articles, nothing. Not a single piece of information about her life. It was baffling and left me with more questions than answers. I returned to work after the weekend, determined to find out more. That evening, as usual, I prepared dinner and ensured Mrs. Eleanor took her medication. Then I waited for her to go to the bathroom. The moment I heard the bathroom door close, I quickly made my way to the office. The room was just as I had left it, with that same lingering, musty smell hanging in the air. This time I opened the closet. Inside I found small boxes, stacked neatly, but covered in a thin layer of dust. My heart pounded as I opened one to find baby clothes, tiny socks, pants, and sweaters, all meant for a baby boy. They were neatly folded and seemed well preserved, despite their apparent age. But why would Mrs. Eleanor have these? The discovery left me with more questions than answers. I went back to making dinner, trying to process what I had found. My mind was racing with possibilities, but none of them made any sense. Was it possible she had a child once? If so, where was he now? That night, as usual, Mrs. Eleanor began singing her lullaby. Normally, this song would send shivers down my spine, creeping me out every time. But this night was different. Instead of fear, I felt a surge of curiosity that I could not ignore. I went upstairs quietly, and with each step up, the lullaby grew louder. The door to her bedroom was almost closed, but had a small gap, just enough for me to peek through. She always left a gap, saying it was to let Max come and go as he pleased. I peered through the gap and was shocked by what I saw. There, Mrs. Eleanor was sitting in a rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth. She was holding Max in her arms, cradling him like a baby, and singing softly to him. Next to her was a small wooden cradle, old and worn, as if it hadn't been used in years. She continued her lullaby, her voice soft and melodic. but now it felt more sad than creepy. Her gentle rocking, the way she cradled Max, and the soft melody of the lullaby created an image that was hard to shake. I slowly backed away from the door, not wanting to intrude any further. I went back downstairs, my mind spinning from what I had just seen. This made me think and start connecting all the dots. Was she pretending her dog was a baby? A baby she never had? I could be wrong, but that would make sense, right? The boys' room, the baby clothes, no pictures, no husband, no children. Just her and her dog, whom she pretended was her own son. There are many possibilities. Maybe she lost her child during a miscarriage, or the son died somehow. It's heartbreaking to think about, but I had no way of knowing for sure since there was nothing about her online. I even asked my boss about Mrs. Eleanor, trying to get some information about her past. My boss didn't know much either, just that Mrs. Eleanor had always been a bit reserved and private. She mentioned that Mrs. Eleanor had experienced some tragic losses and that she was now quite lonely with some health issues typical for her age, but nothing specific. I worked out the rest of the week, but everything felt so creepy and intense. The quiet dinners together, the silence in the house, the haunting lullaby. It all felt like I was living in some kind of ghost story. Each night as I lay in bed, I couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. The pieces seemed to fit together, but they painted a picture that was too tragic and eerie for me to handle. Even during the day, I found myself distracted, replaying conversations with Mrs. Eleanor in my mind, looking for clues I might have missed. I thought about asking her directly, but quickly dismissed the idea. It felt too intrusive, and honestly, I was scared of what I might uncover. There was a part of me that didn't want to know the full story, because the fragments I had were already too much. I noticed more details that added to the unsettling atmosphere. The way Mrs. Eleanor would sometimes pause mid-sentence, as if lost in a distant memory, or how she would stroke Max's fur with a faraway look in her eyes. The house itself seemed to hold its breath. I made my decision. I sent a text message to my boss saying that I couldn't continue with the job, and that I was quitting immediately. I didn't even say goodbye to Mrs. Eleanor. It felt wrong, and I know it was rude, but I just couldn't bring myself to face her again. I thought of another day in that house, surrounded by haunting memories and unanswered questions, was too much for me to handle. I felt a mix of guilt and relief. Guilt for leaving without a proper goodbye, for abandoning Mrs. Eleanor when she clearly needed someone, but also relief, knowing that I wouldn't have to endure another evening of lullabies and unsettling silences. I knew I was being cowardly, but I just couldn't do it. The experience had taken a toll on me, and I needed to get out. The whole experience was something I couldn't shake off easily. It made me think a lot about the hidden struggles people face and the ways they cope with their pain. Mrs. Eleanor's story, whatever the full truth was, taught me that sometimes the past can cast a long shadow over the present. So that's my story. It was a job that I thought would be simple, but it ended up being one of the most emotionally intense experiences of my life. The story I'm about to share takes place on two different occasions. My grandparents live in rural southern Ohio, near the edge of the Appalachian Trail. It's very vital to describe the layout of my grandparents' property for everyone to understand this story. My grandparents' house sits on 5 acres, surrounded by thick wooded areas. On the property, there are 7 different trails that lead you all around my grandparents' house that we usually use for hunting. One day, my brother and I decided to walk to the trails. We enjoyed riding four-wheelers and taking in the scenery in my grandparents' secluded property. The trail we were on splits into 2 other trails. The trail to the left loops you back around to the house, and the other trail to the right takes you down to the creek, where you could sit and watch all kinds of wildlife. My brother and I decided we wanted to go down to the creek and watch for animals, while also looking for cool rocks that I loved to collect at the time. At the split, the only way to get down to the creek is to walk, as the four-wheeler is too big to fit through all of the thick brush and trees on that specific trail. So we ditched the four-wheeler and took off on foot. The trail down to the creek is about a mile long. The sun was shining through the trees, and it was a crisp fall evening where there was a slight breeze. My brother and I goofed off until we finally made it to the creek. We walked alongside the water for maybe 15 minutes, looking for cool rocks, as I said before. As we are walking, we stumble across a broken-down shed that both my brother and I had never seen. It is important to mention that my grandparents' property has markers, letting everyone know where their property begins and ends. Standing on the left side of the creek, the shed was on the opposite side. My brother and I kind of looked at each other with confused looks, but eventually my brother got distracted by something else and continued his walk down the creek. But not me. I felt myself fall into some sort of trance. I felt as if I needed to go inside. I yelled for my brother to come back. I said, "Jay, I think we should check this out some more. Something inside me really wants to go inside." My brother has never been a fan of anything remotely scary. Seeing this rundown shed that looked to be falling apart did not interest him in the slightest. My brother responded, "This is one of those situations in a scary movie where the people should have just minded their business, and you are not going in there." I kind of chuckled because he was right. Something was telling me to go in there, but I also knew it probably wasn't the best idea, as the sun was starting to set. My brother and I collected our rock findings and headed back to the house. This next part happened the following weekend. My boyfriend at the time came out to visit. While he was there, I had mentioned the fact that my brother and I had stumbled across a creepy shed that was on the property that we had never seen before. He became extremely interested as I described the feeling I had of wanting to go inside. I told him how compelled I was to the building. That's all it took before we were out the door and making our way back down to the creek. My brother stayed behind, saying, "If you guys don't come back, I told you so." My ex-boyfriend and I laughed like, "Yeah, right." With us, we had overalls and flashlights as we didn't take the four-wheeler and decided to just walk the whole way down. We had flashlights due to the fact that when we left, we knew we had only about 2 hours until the sun went down. Eventually, we make it down to the creek. We walk the same way that my brother and I had the week previous. And to my shock and disbelief, the shed was no longer there. I start frantically looking around, saying, "What? How? It was right here." My ex-boyfriend and I decide to walk a little bit further down, venturing further and further away from my grandparents' house. Still no sign of the shed. We hadn't realized how long we were out there. The sun maybe had 15 more minutes of light left for the day. I was so determined to prove myself right that I had seen this shed with my own 2 eyes. We pull out our flashlights and jump across the bank to the other side of the creek and begin walking back the way we came. I was hoping that I had just missed it on the way down, as my ex and I were talking. The sun was completely down at this point. As we are walking and talking, my ex falls silent. We were in mid-conversation, So when I hear him stop dead in his tracks, I do the same. I start asking, "What's wrong?" What he said next sent chills down my spine. "I want you to listen to me very carefully. When I count to 3, we are going to jump to the other side, and we are going to run as fast as we can. Don't say anything. Don't turn around. Don't look back." My heart falls to my stomach, and in that moment, I didn't question him. I just prepared myself to run. 1, 2, 3. We sprinted as fast as we could. I was in front of my ex, and I could hear him wincing in pain. But I heard more than just our running. Something was right behind us. We ditched the whole idea of running a mile all the way back to the trail and decided to make a run for it straight through the woods. When we made it back to the house, we were gasping for air and covered in scratches from running through thick brush. We walked through the front door, and I was in shock to the point of where I could not answer my grandma's questions. My ex-boyfriend was gripping at his back and wincing in pain. My grandma lifted his shirt to look at it. 3 long scratches stemming from his shoulder to his lower back. He had seen something in those woods that night, and whatever it was chased us all the way back to the house, leaving me in a shocked state, and my ex-boyfriend with 3 scratch marks from whatever it was. Don't go looking for something you don't want to find. And if anyone knows what this could have been, please let me know. This occurrence still keeps me up at night. I'm what they call a creature of the night. It's not uncommon for me to stay up till the rising of the sun. In fact, most weekends I do just that. So it wasn't unusual for me to be up at 2:29 a.m. on a Saturday morning. It was unusual to receive a phone call at that time. Still, I didn't think much of it. I have a fairly large family, and my grandma had been in and out of the hospital recently. I picked up the phone, and I said, "Hello?" There were no intelligible words I could make out. It was just rustling and low growling noises coming from the other end of the line. I hung up the phone, figuring it was some kids playing a practical joke. I picked up my controller and resumed playing my game. When the phone rang again, I didn't even bother picking it up. The phone rang a 3rd time, and once again, I ignored it. On the 4th ring, I was fed up with the little brats. I answered, yelling into the receiver, "Stop calling me!" This time I got a response. The person on the other end said, "Terrence, you're going to pay." "Pay for what?" I asked. A click was the only response I received. This had to be a prank from one of my brain-dead friends. I was not a bad guy and couldn't think of anything I had done to anyone. Still, my heart was beating faster, and I could hardly keep myself from looking out the window. I decided to make a preliminary check around my house. I have seen enough horror movies to know the possible ways of entry. I made sure all the doors were locked and the windows were shut. As I rounded back to my gaming chair, I looked out the window to see a lone man standing directly underneath the streetlight across from my house. He was holding a large fire axe and had some sort of mask over his face. To my dismay, he was slowly crossing the street directly over to my house. Officially, I began to freak out. I did my civic duty and promptly let the cops know. At this point, the man had marched directly to my front door and began smashing it with his axe. I was still in college at this time, so the dump of a house I was renting in was not known for having reinforced anything. With a few heavy strikes, the masked stranger had the door sliced into ribbons. I was hiding in my bedroom, in my closet. if I could just remain hidden long enough for the police to arrive, then I would be okay. My bedroom door was kicked in, and I heard the man checking underneath the bed. Next, he moved to the bathroom. My heart began to beat outside of my chest. There was nowhere else to check but the closet. Still, I heard no sirens. It looked as if it was up to me. I closed my eyes in resolve and prepared for the man to open the door. I heard his heavy footsteps making the old floorboards creak with each step. As he neared, my breaths became more rapid. He must have been able to hear them. No point in hiding anymore. He was reaching for the door. I exploded into motion, kicking the heavy wooden door directly into his face with so much force it came off of its hinges. The intruder was slammed across the room. In seconds, I was on top of him, ripping him to shreds with my bare hands. I scooped up handfuls of his still warm flesh into my mouth, savoring every bite. His cries tampered off with a wet squelching sound formed in the back of his throat. And just like that, all was over. His body remained still. I remained there drenched from his lifeblood. After all, I am a creature of the night. I was around 14 years old when it happened. For context, I was quite introverted and selective about who I get close to me as a teen. I'm still that way, even as an adult. I had made a small number of friends, despite my reserved stance, 2 of whom are my dearest friends to this day. I did my best in school and participated in a couple after-school clubs, which allowed me to delve further into my interests and hobbies, though I also spent a decent amount of time on social media. I was well behaved and made a lot of smart choices during my teen years. Thankfully, due to being raised right by my mother, who did her best to steer me in the right direction. However, here is where I stood out. I was alternative, goth, punk rock, whatever you want to call it, and I've always had an affinity for the morbid, paranormal, and darker subjects, which reflected in the way I dressed, the music I would listen to, the books I would read, TV shows and YouTube videos that I would watch. Some people found me and my interests to be weird, or quote-unquote, of the devil. One of these main people who would insist on such things was my grandmother, whom we'll call Gail for privacy's sake. She would take every opportunity to criticize the music I listened to, my clothes, and me in general. You would think that she was some sort of religious fanatic, doing her due diligence to help bring a heathen grandchild closer to God. But no, Grandma Gail isn't religious by any means. You would barely hear her speak of God or religion, and she has never stepped foot inside of a church for Sunday service. Whereas I believed in God and had a personal relationship with him, despite not being religious or attending church myself. Grandma Gail dabbles in witchcraft, a person who engaged in occult practices, something I never wanted to get into, judging a teen goth for her style interests. Talk about hypocrisy. Anyway, there was always something unsettling about Gail, something that teetered on the edge of downright sinister. On top of being severely judgmental and self-righteous, she isn't the easiest of people to get along with. She has a knack of taunting people with her words, using things people have told her against them, and just being downright rude and unprovoked. But I and a few others have grown accustomed to it, and have learned to work around her mood changes. I can recall a time when I was only 4, playing with a couple of Barbie dolls in the kitchen. Mind you, I wasn't making a ton of noise, at least that I can remember, but at one point I must have gotten a little loud unintentionally, because she rushed into the kitchen with this stern, yet calm look on her face, which made me feel uneasy as I looked up at her from the floor, still holding my dolls. In this eerily relaxed tone of voice, she said to me, "Darla," not my actual name, "if you don't stop making noise, I'm going to send something your way tonight. Your mama won't be able to hear your screams. She won't even be able to save you. It'll fly away with you and take you for punishment." Where? I wanted to ask, but I was too nonplussed to speak. Fear didn't hit me, surprisingly. I was more nonplussed than anything, because nothing along those lines had been said to me before. I stared back, my mouth probably nearly hitting the floor as my 4-year-old brain tried to process what she had just said to me. I didn't tell my mom when she came to pick me up, as it must have slipped my mind, and I chalked it up to her wanting to scare me into being quiet. In my late teen years and early 20s, I noticed pentagrams on various reading materials she had. I've witnessed her practicing what I now know to be spells or rituals against those she felt had wronged her, or those she cared deeply about. She would make a list of said people, or have a picture of them and spit on it, only to bury it underground or light it on fire. She is also known to collect people's hair and do God only knows what with it. I'm pretty sure my name has been on some of those lists a handful of times, but nothing ever came of it. Of course, I know God looked out for me each time. Now, on to the sleep paralysis experience. During summer vacation, I would always be dropped off at my grandparents' home, as most kids in my community were, while our parents went to work. As per the usual routine, I would get up early with my mom and get ready to be dropped off to either get some extra sleep in or watch YouTube on my iPad in the morning, while Grandma Gail watched her shows. It was during the first or second week of summer break. On this particular morning, I was extremely tired, mainly due to it being that time of the month for me. It was extremely sunny out, but not too hot. Once I arrived, I shut the door behind me, laid my iPad and overnight bag on top of the dresser, and got into bed. The layout of the guest room was a standard 4-walled room. It was small, about 8 by 10 feet, with a bed next to the window, a small closet in front of it, and a small dresser to the right of it. The curtains were drawn back, allowing sunlight to spill into the room. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I curled up with my hoodie and fell asleep. I'm not sure how long I slept. All I can remember is that I dreamed that a man was chasing me through the woods. He dressed in a raggedy white t-shirt full of holes and tattered jeans. As I was trying to hide behind a tree, he found me and grabbed my wrist, trying to pull me toward him. I must have been tossing and turning in my sleep, because once my eyes shot open, I was staring straight up at the ceiling. I tried turning over, but my body wouldn't, rather couldn't, move. I tried to open my mouth and say something, but no words formed. Not even a sound came from my throat. I felt this sudden heaviness in my chest. It was a feeling I had never felt before. It felt as if a thick, dark fog was engulfing me, making it difficult to take one slow breath at a time. All I could do was lie still, despite trying to move my legs, arms, and head. I felt pressure applied to my wrists and ankles as if I were being restrained. And then came the blood-curdling scream of a woman. It sounded as if the scream went directly into my ear. Then all I heard next was nothing. Just complete still silence. I spotted a dark, shadowy figure hovering over me. It was faceless, abnormally tall, smoky with human-proportioned limbs. It lowered its hands to my face, causing me to panic. I began to cry. At least I felt like I wanted to, but no tears fell from my eyes. Just muffled cries. The foreboding figure then placed its hands on my mouth and pulled it open. One hand pulling at my jaw, the other pulling at my upper lip. The pain I felt as those cold, heavy hands forced my mouth open was immense. The terror I felt now stunted my thoughts as I lie there, unable to stop whatever was happening next. That's when I began to pray in my mind. No prayer in particular. It was just me mentally repeating the words, "Please, God, help me," over and over again. Just as it pressed its hand over my nose, the figure disappeared. The heaviness was no longer in the room, and I shot straight up as I gasped for breath. The sounds of the TV blaring from my grandparents' room drowned out my sobs and gasps as I cradled my knees to my chest, trying to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. I could not comprehend what had just happened, but I knew it was very much so real. I understood why it was called sleep paralysis, due to your ability to speak or move being taken away. But there was also a paralyzing fear I felt during the episode. Amplify that fear 10 times. I'd experienced episodes where I would be unable to move or speak, but there was never a presence that I could see in the room. Only a feeling of intense dread and terror. Something told me to roll up my shirt sleeve and look at my arm that had been grabbed in my dream. Once I pulled back the right sleeve of my shirt, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. There was a faint dirt handprint where the man in my dream had grabbed me. At this point, I began to hyperventilate. I called my mom to tell her what happened. She said she would call me back when she went somewhere private. I assumed the panic and terror in my shaky voice was unmistakable. Once she called me back, she listened to me without saying anything until I was finished. I tried my best to articulate what had just happened through sobs and a hushed voice, because I didn't want Grandma Gail to hear me. My mom reassured me that she believed everything I had just told her. She promised to take me to get ice cream after her shift. Then she said, "Do you remember the things you told me you saw take place there?" "Yes," I answered, recalling the lists and burning of the names. "Once a door has been opened for such things to occur, all kinds of things can happen. There's definitely an evil presence there. I'm just so sorry this happened to you." She offered to stay on the phone with me as long as I needed, but I knew she had work to do and promised to call her again if I felt the need to. Needless to say, I didn't go back to sleep. I'm not even sure if I was able to fall asleep that night in my own home. To this day, I haven't had a sleep paralysis episode as intense as that one, and I've had a few happen between then and now. The strange part is that 99% of the time, they happened in that room at my grandparents' home. The less intense 1% happened in the comfort of my own home. I believe ghosts, demons, and malevolent spirits exist. There is no other possible logical explanation for how the handprint got on my wrist, but I'm certain a demon was in the room with me that morning, trying to prey on an innocent teen, and God protected me amidst it all. That was 14 years ago, and I'm still a goth, still rock out to my favorite bands. I'm even more fascinated with things people consider morbid, and still enjoy a good horror film and mystery novel. I'm completing my mortuary license. I get to drive a hearse and dye my hair cool colors. And yes, my mom and I are still very close, and she's very proud of the woman I have become. One thing is for certain, though. There is true evil out there, seen and unseen. Entities that masquerade as humans or spirits that linger, waiting for a perfect opportunity to attack or latch onto an unsuspecting host. Something comforting to remember is, as sure as evil exists, so does good. Stay safe and vigilant, everyone, and be careful what you get into. Some curiosities are better off unexplored. So this happened around 7 to 8 years ago, when I was around 14 or 15 years old. I recently started hanging out with a newly made friend who was 1 year older than me, and for anonymity's sake, I'm only going to call him C, since we aren't in contact anymore. We didn't have any sort of falling out because of the story you are about to hear. We just grew apart over the years. It just happens in life. I just started smoking, which had become a problem in my life later on. But that's not what this is about. I know, very dumb teenage habit, but I quit years ago. But during my teenage years, it was, although bad, a way for me to take my mind off of dumb little problems. So we smoked in the park. We had great laughs and were just messing around. As the evening slowly faded into darkness, the people around us started heading home. But not us. This park is fairly large, and we were surrounded by bushes, trees, empty becoming benches, and now unused bike trails. Right next to us sat this giant tower, in German called the Flak Tower, which simply explained means Air Bombs Defender Tower. It was used during the Second World War, too, so as you can guess, defend Nazi Germany, Austria from the bombs of the Allies. This already sat quite an eerie atmosphere, as we sat right next to this historical landmark, which now, while I'm writing this, I am ashamed to have consumed drugs right next to this death-causing tower. Well, I was young. Don't judge me. As time went by, it had become completely dark out, and by this point, we had gotten relatively high. The moon shone a dim light on the grass around us, making it impossible to see or recognize anything or anyone further than a few meters in eyesight. You might ask yourself now why there were no streetlights in such a huge park after the sun went down, in a 2 million inhabitants capital city. And honestly, I felt the same way back then. So I asked C, "Dude, where are the lights? I can't see anything." To which he replied, "The park is closed after 10 p.m., so they shut everything down and locked the park down." I felt kind of annoyed that he hadn't told me earlier that we would have to climb up the gates to get out. But quickly my annoyance turned into high-ridden laughter as we joked about smoking the whole night through or spray painting inside the park. Just very, very dumb 14-year-old teenage humor. Our stoned giggling would very soon come to an unnerving end. I lit up a cigarette and blew the smoke in the warm summer night breeze, still sitting on the only used bench of the whole park, while C sat before me, jamming to music and contemplating on whether smoking another joint or resting his eyes shortly. He chose doing the first. The next part will sound extremely ridiculous, but I swear this is how it happened, word for word. So as he rolled up the joint, we started to hear rustling in the bushes nearby. At first, we didn't really take up on it, but as the sound continuously had gotten louder, our eyes were locked onto said bush. We didn't move an inch. We just sat there, quietly, curiously awaiting to see if there were any foxes or any other animal messing around. But what came next shook us to the bones. As the rustling started up again, a gigantic man crawled forward out of the bush, wearing only what looked like hospital patient's clothing. He didn't speak as he came into our eyesight under the very dim moonlight. He slowly got up from the ground, and as he fully emerged, we first were really able to recognize his height. This man was for sure above 2 meters tall, standing barefoot on the grass, and he looked like he had been clean shaven on every single inch of his body, except for his bushy eyebrows. He stared down my friend, expressionless, showing no emotion behind his pale, wide eyes, just simply locking his eyes on C, whose face had turned ghostly white by this point. He looked like he had forgotten everything around him, except for this man in front of us. The paper and filter still in his hand, C was shaking so hard, the tobacco fell onto his trembling legs. We were frozen by the sight of the deranged-looking man, resting his widespread legs like rocks on the ground. Shivers went down my spine as he creepily greeted us with a "hello" that sounded like he had tried to imitate your friendly next-door neighbor. We didn't reply back, both feeling glued to our seats, filled with fear on what to do next. But what really happened next, I could have never imagined. I hope I looked up the correct translation for this word. This man, wearing only hospital patient's clothing, clean-shaven, more than 2 meters tall, did a roly-poly, like a forward roll that young kids do. Yes, this insane man did a roly-poly to move forward to us. He now stood directly in front of us, and as I said before, I had been scared. I for sure was now 1,000,000 times more. The adrenaline levels in my body spiked to a high that I've never felt before. He grimly stared down at us again, greeting us with this creepy "hello." We didn't know what to do. For sure, we could have tried to run away as fast as our bodies would have allowed us to. But this massive man-baby, who clearly suffered from some kind of mental disorder, would have outrun us in a few seconds with his giant legs. So, we just kept on sitting, scared to the core, not saying a word, not knowing what would happen next, and frozen in fear. Only knowing we would have to get through this together. I have a fear. We all do, and I'm sure this fear is common with many others. I fear aliens. I believe in aliens. I'm sure many people around the world agree with both statements. But can you say that you have been visited by aliens? I have never put this story on any form of hard copy, and very few people I associate with even know the story. But the few people who do know it suggested that I share it with all of you, because they think this is the type of story that will pique your interest. I'm 31 now, and this happened when I was 17. But I remember this event with so much vivid detail, it's almost as if it happened just a few minutes ago. At this time in my life, my 7-person family lived in a single wide trailer on a big plot of land owned by my stepmom's parents. To better picture the event, I'm about to share with you the layout of the land. When you first turn into the driveway on the left-hand side at the top of the land sits a double-wide trailer, which was inhabited by my stepmom's parents. The driveway turns to head to their place, but then loops around, taking you back to the main driveway and down to the second trailer, which was our very crowded home. Right next to our trailer was the corn crop field. It wasn't one of those huge fields that you see in the movies or on the sides of rural roads, just a simple, decent-sized field, which we harvested and tended to during the summer vacations. When you enter our trailer, you walk right into the living area, and immediately to your right is my parents' room. The living room opens into the kitchen, and down the hallway, the first room on the left was the boys' room. There were 3 boys. The second door on the left is the bathroom, and at the very end of the trailer is mine and my sister's room. In our room, we shared a trundle bed, and there was a window right next to our dresser, which in those times sat an old box-shaped television and a VCR. When the trundle bed was pulled out fully, it would touch the dresser, and if you laid at the foot of it, You could see directly out the window, and since it was a single-wide trailer, the window practically sat on the ground. But the view from the window was one of the eerie proportions. The wonderful view from my bedroom window was the cornfield. As you can imagine, we rarely laid at the foot of the bed and looked out the window. We were young, so the thought of that was just plain scary. One summer night in July, we were all in bed. My sister, being younger than me, always fell asleep before I did. She would grind her teeth in her sleep, and it would be annoying enough for me to move my pillows down to the foot of the bed and just turn my back to the window, even though there were curtains on the window, of course. It was still creepy. I had fallen asleep and was sleeping quite well, when out of nowhere, I woke up. Nothing woke me, it seemed. No noise, no feeling. I just woke up. Sitting up in the bed, I could see a light glaring through the window and sitting on the wall across from me. The light was red in color and would deepen and then brighten. Still half asleep, not understanding and possessing a curious mind, I pulled back the curtain. Hovering over the field was a craft, the shape of an oval. It was huge, and the lights were coming from it. I shook my head as if I was going to shake myself from a dream, but nothing happened. The craft still hovered, and the terror I felt was very real. I stared out the window for quite some time when I noticed movement in the cornfield. I didn't even realize I was holding my breath until the lightheadedness hit me. I watched the movement in the field, anticipating what may come out. When she exited. I say she because this very tall, thin, gray figure had extremely prominent female-like features. I gasped, and when I did, it was almost as if she heard it, and her head whipped around and she made immediate eye contact with me. I slipped out of the bed and hid under the windowsill, as if that was going to hide me. I waited there and watched the red light dance and fade on the wall across from me, when the thought occurred to me. Why am I the only one awake and experiencing this? My sister, she honestly could sleep through a tornado, so it wasn't really her I was thinking about. But had no one else in the trailer noticed or was aware? Feeling a sense of bravery, and honestly that curious mind of mine taking over, I wanted to look out the window again. Slowly I began to rise, letting only my eyes peer out, and when I did, there she was, standing there, as if she were waiting for me to look. I made eye contact with an alien. You don't have to believe me. You can call me crazy. Say I was dreaming, but I know what I saw. The eyes I contacted were big and black. They blinked in a sideways fashion, and her face had two tiny slits where a nose would be, and very thin like lips. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears, holding my breath. There, in front of me, stood an alien. She placed her hand, which only had 4 finger-like parts, and slid the window open. I was bewitched, stuck, unable to move, speak, scream, and apparently even breathe. We maintained eye contact as she reached through the window with very little effort, lifted me and gracefully pulled me through my window. I was still unable to do anything at all. It was almost like she had some type of trance on me. My mind was screaming. My heart was pounding. And if I were able to, I would have been shaking. She placed me on my feet and took my hand. Her hand felt warm. Warmer than mine. Almost feverish. She led me to the craft. In my mind, I was resisting, but my body followed behind her, like a lost puppy. Then all went dark. My eyes flew open as a searing pain ran through my uterus and ovaries. Looking around, I was unable to move still, but that was to my sudden realization, because I was strapped to a table. Surrounding me were similar-looking aliens, They were looking at me as if they were the ones seeing something unfamiliar and new, which upon further thought, to them, I was the alien. It took me a few moments to realize that I was unclothed and very uncomfortably exposed. I started crying and begging them to take me home, to please not hurt me. They just kept looking and moving around me, completing tasks I was unaware of, when again a sharp pain radiated through my reproductive area. I yelled out in pain, pleading that they stop. Then all was dark again. Stirring, I cuddled into my blanket and shot straight up in my bed. I looked around my room and began crying. I was so relieved to be home. I was terrified that they wouldn't bring me back, and convincing myself what I had experienced had to be a very bad dream. The urge to use the restroom hit, and I pushed the blanket off me and discovered a small pool of blood on my bed. I had begun my monthly cycle, way before I was due. I slid to the side of the bed to get up and go to the bathroom. I planted my feet on the floor and stood. When I did this, a pain so intense radiated through my ovaries, my uterus, around to my lower back, and down my legs all the way to my feet. I immediately sat down and huddled over. I was shocked. I remembered everything that happened when I woke. I had decided it was a very vivid dream, but all this pain felt like the pain I was experiencing in the dream. Finally deciding I had to woman through the pain, I stood up and slowly made my way to the bathroom, that thank goodness was not far from my room. Once I got into the bathroom, I turned on the shower and began preparing it. I realized that blood was running down my leg, and I had never had such an issue before. Over the passing months, I continued to experience intense pain in the same area, so bad that I couldn't even go to school for a few days. I was the type of student that enjoyed school and took pride in receiving the perfect attendance certificate at the end of the year, so missing school was a big deal and highly unusual. Seeing that there was obviously something wrong, my dad asked my stepmom to schedule me an appointment at the lady doctor, as he called it. She did so, and only a few days later, I found myself participating in my very first gynecologist appointment. I need not give details. My doctor asked some questions, ran some tests, told me to come back in 2 weeks. We did so, and at the following appointment, the doctor informed me and my stepmom that I had developed endometriosis, and that based on the scarring that was already apparent and the scarring that would continue to develop throughout the years, I would most likely experience issues reproducing. From then on, I have had awful monthly experiences and did have terrible issues conceiving. I did, though, get my miracle baby. She's 5 now, but when in labor with her, 57 hours of it, I ended up having to have an emergency C-section. My heart stopped beating afterward for 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Following my daughter, I became pregnant again. Not purposefully, and certainly against the advice of my doctors. He was a little boy, and I made it to 25 weeks with him before miscarrying and almost hemorrhaging afterwards. I almost lost my life. The issues that I have had and continue to have led me to the point I'm at today. I have a decision to make, and that is to have a full hysterectomy. I haven't built up the courage, honestly, because I'm 31, and my doctor has already told me the biggest downfall to this procedure would be early onset menopause. I feel too young for that. I know that I've shared some personal information here, but I firmly believe that I was taken by aliens, and whatever experiments they had performed caused the issues I dealt and still deal with 14 years later. I don't expect anyone to believe this. I'm not asking anyone to, but I felt maybe it was the time to share it. While this story may not be one that makes you stay up all night, it is one I tend to think about every fall season. Last year, my boyfriend and I had been so excited for it to be Halloween. We live in an area pretty central to several big Halloween attractions, so we had planned to go to at least one. We finally decided on a haunted attraction about 2 hours from where we live, and when it hit October 1st, we had made plans to take the trip. I drove while my boyfriend, his little brother, and his little cousin rode along. You might think that this is going to be a scary story about the attraction itself, but you would be wrong. The attraction was actually very enjoyable, with about 4 or 5 different haunted areas to go through. We left around midnight after filling up on cider and hot chocolate and started making our way back home. Because this was a completely new area for me, I had been using GPS on my phone to take us there and back. While we were talking about how much we loved the attraction and who all we would like to bring along next time, I got distracted and missed a turn that would have taken us off the back road and onto the major highway. The road, aptly named Spooky Nook Lane, was extremely dark as there were no street lamps or homes nearby, and there were no other cars out at that time of night. I slowed enough to allow my phone to reroute us and saw that the new route would keep us on Spooky Nook Lane until we hit a stop sign. I figured that was easy enough, so I returned my focus to the road and the conversation. As I approached the stop sign, however, we all noticed a large silhouette in the middle of the road. At first, we thought it was a deer or even a bear that had been hit by a car. I slowed to a crawl to find a way to get around it, but gasped in surprise as it started to move. It was then that we realized that this was not an animal, but a human man. A human man who had definitely been hit by a car. I shouted at my boyfriend to dial 911 as I pulled over and put my hazard lights on. I rolled down the window and shouted to the man, asking if he was okay. As my boyfriend explained the situation to the 911 dispatcher, my boyfriend's younger cousin pointed out that there was a beat-up van parked on the other side of the road, shortly past the stop sign. I then saw that not only was the van on and running, but there appeared to be another man jumping in the back seat. He then slammed the door shut and the van sped off. I returned my focus to the man in the road, who was now hobbling his way to my car. We repeatedly asked him what happened, but he was severely disoriented and spoke very little English, it seemed. I pointed in the direction the van had gone and asked if they had hit him, to which he replied in the affirmative. My boyfriend pointed to the phone, still active with the 911 dispatcher, and assured him that help was on its way. At this point, the man became more verbal, repeatedly saying, "No police. No police." We explained that we weren't getting him in trouble, that we were trying to get him medical assistance. He continued to say, "No," and eventually started hobbling away while mumbling something about living nearby. The dispatcher heard this conversation, and while she agreed that he sounded like he needed help, there was very little she could do if he was not willing to stay put until the ambulance arrived. She canceled the call out, and we thanked her for her help anyway. We all sat there stunned at first, wondering what in the world had just happened. The man definitely did not live nearby, and had to have suffered a concussion at the very least. As I started driving away, we started talking about what could it have been. After some pretty wild theories, we settled on the most likely explanation. The man had had some sort of falling out with the people in the van, who purposefully attempted to run him over. When they saw us approach, they probably realized that we would be calling 911 and decided to bolt. As for why the man refused emergency services, we have two possible theories. Either the man was an undocumented citizen, or he and his van buddies had been up to something less than legal. If anyone has any other theories, I'm all ears. To this day, I wonder about the real story behind that night, and what would have happened to that man if I had made the right turn instead. I began working weekly at my local bar about 6 months ago. It's an old, cozy little pub. Think carpeted floor, that old pub scent, little Irish trinkets everywhere, and a few Guinness drinkers lining the bar every night. There is an older clientele in the bar. I get to control the music on my shift, and there is always a pleasant, friendly atmosphere. It also pays very well, and I enjoy the banter with the locals and the odd tourists who might wander in from a nearby hotel. Being such an old building, when you are closing up on your own at the end of a shift, a deep sense of unease tends to creep in. What was a fun place to be with music and lively chatter swiftly became full of shadows and creepiness. First, the lights are switched off in the beer garden and the customer bathrooms. No big deal. Then the lights in the lounge behind the main bar are to be switched off right before you leave the building. Last night, this is the part of the closing shift where it all started to go downhill. I lifted the used beer mats from the tables before wiping them down. I had already switched the music off, and the silence was unnatural to my ears, after 8 solid hours of 70s and 80s tunes being played at a decent volume. Gathering the beer mats and my cleaning supplies, I turned to head to the main bar. I flicked the light switch to off and on, and in the time it took for me to walk down the 2 steps, I heard someone behind me. Someone very clearly and very definitely cleared their throat. Immediately I was frozen. My legs refused to work. I knew the bar was completely empty and had been for the last 15 minutes or so. I also knew that I had checked the bathrooms, and it had been raining profusely all evening, so the beer garden didn't have a single patron all night, so there was zero chance of someone still lurking around after hours. I knew I had to turn to take a look, but I really felt as though my heart had fallen directly into my stomach. My skin felt as though it was crawling with nerves, and I just knew that whatever made that sound from behind me had bad intentions. Still, I put down the spray bottle of disinfectant and slowly turned to face the lounge. There, in the dark, in a chair, was a lady who absolutely had not been a customer of mine all evening. Even in the dark and in the shadows of the room, I could make out that she was extremely thin and gaunt in her advancing years. Her eyes seemed to glow at me with all I can describe as absolute hatred. I could sense the anger radiating from her, and it terrified me. I began to shake with fear, and the beer mats in my hand landed on the floor. I managed to squeak out a very shaky, "Hello?" In response, I got an irate-sounding moan and grunt. Not like the moans and groans from someone who had perhaps taken a little bit too much from the top shelf and wanted to be left to sleep it off in the corner of the bar. Rather, this was the sound of someone who couldn't speak, but wanted to convey their outrage. "Hello, I'm sorry, but it's time to go home. Do you have a ride? Or I can call someone for you?" This was a silly thing for me to say, but I didn't know else what to say. I began to doubt myself. Did I miss this person somewhere? Had she been passed out in the corner by chance and I never noticed? But deep down, I knew. I knew that this was Mrs. Taylor. Mrs. Taylor had been the pub landlady a long time ago. About 50 years ago. And she was a hard-line lady by all accounts. If she didn't like or trust you, she didn't want you anywhere near the place. She hated other women with a burning passion, and she wouldn't allow any females into the bar without a male chaperone. Me, a single 20-something-year-old who enjoyed the odd glass of wine and a shot of tequila and was into hard rock music, most assuredly wouldn't have been allowed to set foot into this bar. There had been stories of the place being haunted and previous barmaids being scared out of their wits by ghostly movements, but I had always shrugged it off as nonsense. I took a step back when I got no response. The person I assumed to be Mrs. Taylor began to move. She placed a bony hand on the arm of the chair and rose up. In a surprisingly speedy and youthful way, she began towards me, letting out the most foul, high-pitched and intense scream I had ever heard, like the sound one would imagine the banshee gave out. I lost it. I turned on my heels and ran for the main door. I left my bag on the counter and ran for my life, completely forgetting about anything else. The only good thing is that the main door locks behind you, so there was no need to lock it up. I don't know why she appeared to me, and I don't know how I will face going back there for my shift in 3 days' time. How do I explain all this to the boss without sounding absolutely crazy? Wish me luck. I am a 22-year-old male who happened to end up at the wrong place at the wrong time. My best friend lived in a city close enough to where I live, so I used to visit her a lot during the week when I had time off work. This one evening I left her house quite late, so I was pretty tired when I set off. Probably shouldn't have set off driving in the first place with me being so fatigued. Nonetheless, I set off home. Majority of the journey is on the motorway, but about 10 minutes into the journey, I could feel my eyes rolling into the back of my head. I needed to pull over. I came off the road at the next exit and tried to find somewhere to pull over to possibly have a nap, or at least rest. I eventually came across a little side road along a country road. This road was plunged in darkness, with wooded areas on either side, with some places on either side of the road to pull up. There were some other cars parked here too, so I figured this would be a good place to stop and have a rest. So I did exactly that. I pulled my car to the side of this uneven road surface and came to a stop, turning off my engine, and made sure that my doors were locked. Not long after pulling up and reclining my seat, there were a few cars pulling up near me, stopping, and then driving off again, only to return a few moments later. I am a car enthusiast, so I know my cars, even from just the shape of their headlights. So I could tell it was the same cars arriving and leaving constantly. I was getting a bit on edge, but I was so tired I just tried to ignore it and closed my eyes. After about 5 minutes of me laying there in my car, I heard a car door open and then close. The obvious sound of someone getting out of their car. I opened my eyes and glanced up out of the windshield, but because there were no streetlights on this side road, all I could see was silhouettes of the cars parked near me. It was silent. The sound of the car door was instantly jarring. However, after I heard the car door, nothing followed for a few moments. So again I closed my eyes and tried to continue my nap. But then, I heard the unsettling sound of someone's footsteps on gravel. Like I said, this road was silent, so this was an undeniable sound. The footsteps seemed to be getting louder and closer. I once again opened my eyes to see the horrifying silhouette of someone slowly approaching my car to the driver's side. My heart instantly began racing. I wrapped my hand around my keys, which were still dangling in the ignition slot, but I was frozen. I did not have the ability to sit up, start my engine, and race away. This person got closer and closer to my car, so I did what I thought at the time was the best idea. I turned my head away from the window and pretended to be asleep. This person approached my car. I heard the footsteps get closer and then stop. Then, my worst fear in that situation, I heard them try my door handle a few times. Then they made their way slowly around the back of my car and tried opening the trunk, to no avail. They then continued to the passenger side, which was the side my head was facing. I was certain they could not see inside my car, but I still opened my eyes the slightest bit to see what was going on. All I could see was a man dressed in black, with his hood up, one hand in his pocket, the other trying my passenger door. I laid completely still, my eyes half closed, trying to fathom what was going on. After a few more tries of my door handle, he did another walk around my car. I could see him walk past, brushing himself up against my door as he did. He then stopped for a second. I thought he was about to walk away, when he instead began knocking on my window. He did this 3 times. My heart began racing even faster as I lay there, pretending to be asleep and not hearing it. I was certain he was going to try and smash my window, but to my surprise, he just walked away and got back into his car. He turned his headlights on, and I realized it was one of the cars that was driving up and down the road earlier. He angled his headlights directly into my car and through my windshield, so I threw myself back down and pretended to be asleep once again. I heard his car set off and very slowly drive past mine, almost stopping when he got right next to me. This whole experience filled me with fear and adrenaline to the point of being wide awake. So as soon as I saw his car disappear, I started my ignition and got out of there. I drove straight home and had one of the most restless nights of sleep ever. I never drove down that road again, even during the day. If you're tired and you need to drive somewhere, just don't. At all costs, just don't. At least stop at a service station that is well lit. And please, lock your car doors. I don't even want to begin to imagine what would have happened to me if one of my doors was unlocked that night. This happened like 2.5 years ago. For context, I was in the military and lived in the barracks at the time. The barracks used to be a hospital way back when, and many people have had paranormal experiences, including my roommates and I, on more than one occasion. Ironically, all of this happened on Friday the 13th. The whole day was wild, so I'll just start with the first weird thing that happened. My roommates and I had this tradition of always going out to eat on Friday. This Friday, it was pouring rain, and we went to eat downtown at a regular random restaurant. The second we walked in, we just felt so out of place. We were sitting waiting a long time for a waiter to talk to us, until finally he came, and he was beyond creepy. He seemed almost non-human. He grinned very creepily the whole time, moved around and talked like a robot. Halfway through our meal, I noticed every single person in the restaurant was wearing the same exact shade of blue. All the men had a blue button-up and every woman had on the same blue dress. I pointed this out to my roommate, while she also pointed out to me that all the waiters were standing in the corner of the restaurant, staring and smiling at us. I had tears in my eyes. I was so creeped out. We didn't finish our food and we paid and left. We also double-checked on the website and outside the restaurant to make sure there wasn't some event going on or a dress code. We got back home to the barracks. I called my boyfriend to tell him what happened when in the middle of my conversation, our ironing board fell off the door from the hanger it was hanging on in the laundry room. It's never done this before, and nothing had happened for it to do it this night. The way our room was set up is when you walk through the door, you have the living room in the middle, with the laundry room on the right, the bathroom on the left, and our 2 separate rooms straight in front. Mine's on the left and hers is on the right. Me and my roommate were both sitting in the chairs on the wall near the bathroom. It startled us, but we didn't think too much of it. My roommates and I decided to head off to bed when about 30 minutes later I heard her open her door and whisper my name. "Sarah?" she whispered softly. "Sarah?" she said a little louder. I'm sitting in my room thinking, why is she whispering like this? I got out of my bed and opened my door, and she screamed, dropped to the floor, and just started crying. Hannah, what is wrong?" I yelled at her. "I saw you in the mirror of the bathroom," she cried. "What?" I was very confused. She said it again. "I just saw you fixing your hair in the bathroom. You know how you usually do, and smiling at me in the mirror of the bathroom." I looked at the bathroom. Sure enough, the light was on with the door cracked enough so you could see the mirror inside. Shivers went down my spine. The room was freezing, and something felt very off. We never left the lights on or the bathroom door opened. Neither of us had even gone into the bathroom since coming home from dinner. I wrapped us up in a blanket and we just left the room and sat in the hallway for about 30 minutes, talking about what had happened. From Hannah's perspective, she thought I knocked on her door, and that's why she opened her door. And when she didn't see me, she whispered. And then she looked in the bathroom because the light was on and saw me smiling at her through the mirror when I was fixing my hair. She said that there was something about the way I looked. I looked off, and that's why she said my name a second time, and then freaked out when I opened my bedroom door. My wife is a real estate agent, and a few years back, things changed drastically for her. She landed her first client that would have her list their house, and it was also someone that we knew. We didn't know them that well, but we knew them through the church that we were going to at the time. And so when it came up that my wife was doing real estate, this person asked her if she could sell her house for her. The homeowner needed to move, as her husband had recently passed away. It took a little bit, but my wife was at the point of hosting the first open house on the listing. She would have 2 back-to-back open houses, the first on Saturday and the next the following day, to give potential buyers more opportunity to view the house. The first day went well, with a good showing from prospective shoppers. It was the second day that things took a turn. It was nearly the end of the scheduled period for open house visitors, and so my wife began doing the rounds to turn off the lights and check over the house. However, 2 men entered the home, and my wife went to greet them as she heard the door. The 2 men said they lived on the street and came to look at the house as they had never been inside before. My wife was willing to let as many potential buyers look around as it was her first listing, and she was appropriately eager. The men said they were friends, but only offered their first names. One of them didn't engage much and quickly went into another room, while the other man got closer to my wife, asking questions that finally started to make her realize something was off. She was alone in the house now with these 2 men, one of them continuing to get closer and closer to her, asking her questions like, "How long have you been doing real estate? I never met the owners of the house. Were they nice? Do you live close to here?" My wife was trying her best not to display her nervousness and gave short answers to these questions. She knew that these men were obviously not here because they were interested in purchasing the home. So she let them know that the open house was over and she's locking up because the owner is coming back any minute. This was not actually true. The owner wasn't staying here anymore, but she had to say something to get these men to leave. At this point, she was backed into a corner of the kitchen with this 6-foot man in her way, deflating any hope of being able to run out of the house. To make things worse, She didn't even have her phone on her. It was on the dining room table with her bag and listing sheets, which for all she knew was now in the possession of the other man who had walked off. At first, the man didn't seem to care about what she said about needing to lock up and the owner coming home. He responded, "It's okay if we just take another minute to look around, right?" But he was never looking around in the first place. At this time, the other man came into the kitchen and joined his friend. My wife's anxiety is so high, she's about to start screaming, and she gives one more request. "I'm sorry, but we have to leave as the owner's coming home." The two men don't respond initially, but then exchange a look and say, "Okay, thanks for your time," and leave the house. My wife bolts to the door and locks it, and then goes into the dining room to watch them through the window. All of her belongings were still there, so when she saw that they walked far enough away and she could run to her car, she grabbed her things and did just that. She even left the lights on, but she didn't care. In her car, she had no idea where these men went. She couldn't see them, and didn't care to stick around long enough to find them. She just drove away. After hearing about this, we always made sure there was another person at viewings with her. To this day, I still go with her when she's meeting new clients. Looking back, it was a reckless thing to do, hosting an open house all alone in a neighborhood you are not that familiar with. She told the owner about the situation, and the owner, after hearing a description of these men, stated that she had never seen them before and had no idea who they were. Take care when you are doing your job, whatever it may be. After that situation, I made sure my wife's phone was set up to do emergency alerts, and she now never leaves her phone out of reach, even if she has to hold it. If possible, have someone there to watch your back. You never know when some creeps are going to scare the life out of you, or, God forbid, something worse. I don't usually write a lot, but there's something that has been weighing heavily on my mind, and I feel the need to share it. It happened when I was just 13 years old, and although it occurred fairly recently, certain details of that incident still remain a hazy memory. Nevertheless, I'll do my best to recount the night that forever changed my life. The amusement park, the only renowned one in our state, had recently opened its gates as the seasons transitioned into summer. For privacy reasons, I won't disclose the park's name or the ride where this unsettling event occurred. Typically, I visited the park once or twice a year with my friends, my family, and occasionally my parents. We would roam around, indulge in tasty treats, and experience the thrill of the rides. Just regular kid stuff. However, this particular visit was destined to make me swear off amusement parks for the rest of my days. It was a chilly night, that mix of cold and warm. However, the sky remained clear, which was all the confirmation that my friends Nick, Caden, and I needed to ask our parents if we could go. Miraculously, they agreed, and in no time, we found ourselves being dropped off at the park's entrance, brimming with excitement, ready to immerse ourselves in the vibrant, thrilling attractions. Among them, there was one ride that stood out as my personal favorite, and I'm certain my friends felt the same way. Housed inside a dome-shaped building, this exhilarating ride dazzled us with a whirlwind of spinning lights and adrenaline-pumping speeds. It seemed like the perfect choice, except for one thing: the dreaded line. Not only was it a claustrophobic person's worst nightmare, but it almost always guaranteed an agonizing wait of at least an hour. On that particular occasion, The line stretched so far that it reached one of the neighboring rides about 100 yards away. Seeing this, we all let out exasperated sighs, realizing that we had no choice but to endure the line before we could move on. We figured we might as well get it out of the way early. As the line snaked its way forward, we noticed that on the left side, where the line extended towards the forest, there were shrubs and bushes. My friends and I didn't pay much attention to them at first, which is why we failed to notice something peculiar until we reached the large sign bearing the ride's name. It was Caden who first spoke up, excitement laced with a hint of concern evident in his voice. "Did you guys see that?" he exclaimed, pointing in the direction of the forest. "No, what?" Nick replied, glancing over at the bushes. Curiosity piqued. I looked in the same direction. There, crouched down among the foliage, was a person wearing a Jason Voorhees mask. Initially, we found it amusing, thinking it was a part of some Halloween-themed event or party that the amusement park occasionally hosted in October. However, it was July, a fact that should have raised more suspicion. Whether it was ignorance or just us being naive kids, we chuckled, assuming it was some kid playing a harmless prank. Our attention quickly returned to the ride, and we dismissed the incident as an inconsequential oddity. We endured the line for a grueling 2 hours, and despite the relatively brief 5-minute ride itself, it was undeniably worth the wait. Afterward, we decided to grab a bite to eat and enjoy a few more attractions. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was time to head back to the parking lot, where our parents would be waiting. Unlike other kids who would typically complain, we welcomed the idea of leaving, as exhaustion started to creep in. Amusement parks can be quite demanding. Navigating through the throngs of people also making their way towards the exit, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A glimpse of that very same Jason Voorhees mask. This time, I managed to catch a glimpse of the full figure behind it. The person was massive, towering at least 6'6", with a build reminiscent of a freight train. This man was a behemoth, and it became glaringly evident that it wasn't just some kid playing a childish prank. Subtly urging my friends to quicken their pace, we hustled toward the exit. As we reached the dark expanse of the parking lot, I finally gathered the courage to share what I had seen. I told them what I saw and how big the guy was, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. "Yeah, right," Nick responded, who was always the skeptic, especially when it came to this sort of stuff. Caden, however, remained silent, his gaze fixated on the park behind us, an uneasiness apparent in his eyes. "No, seriously," I insisted, my voice growing more urgent as Nick and I engaged in a brief back and forth. Caden's next words cut through our heated exchange, causing us to pause and snap our heads back in the direction of the park. Little did I know that his revelation would unleash an unprecedented terror, leaving an indelible mark on my childhood memories. Guys, look!" Caden screamed, his voice tinged with terror as he began sprinting toward the parking lot. At first, all I could see were the masses of people flooding out of the park. I didn't understand what had spooked him so profoundly, and Nick appeared equally confused. Then, I saw it. The Jason Voorhees mask once again. This time, the significance of its presence registered in our minds, and we bolted in sheer panic. The colossal figure adorned with the mask was hurtling towards us at an alarming speed, clutching something in his hand, a mysterious cloth that I never had a chance to examine closely. We ran as if our lives depended on it, eventually catching up to Caden in the vast expanse of the parking lot. Together we gasped for breath, scanning our surroundings in a frenzied state. until we spotted my parents' car. Without wasting a second, we scrambled inside, screaming at them to floor it. Although they wore expressions of bewilderment and concern, my dad pressed down on the accelerator, propelling us away from that nightmare as swiftly as possible. Interrogation became the theme of our 1-hour ride back home, and it was Nick who mustered the courage to offer brief, one-word answers to our parents' relentless questions. In truth, all of us were still reeling from the shock, struggling to process the enormity of what had just occurred. To this day, I remain baffled by the man's intentions. What was he doing? Why did he single us out? Why did he do this with a ton of people around? And what horrors awaited us if he had managed to close the distance between us? I vowed never to return to that specific amusement park, although I have visited a few others since then. Nevertheless, you can bet your bottom dollar that I always keep a vigilant eye, forever wary of the lurking shadows, for you never know who might be hiding in the darkness, waiting to pounce. I work at a gas station in the Deep South, a part of Louisiana that most people have never even heard of. I'm talking about dirt roads with no name, thick trees that seem to swallow darkness, and you might be lucky enough to see a streetlight every other mile. The little gas station that I work at is located in the trifecta of all these elements. I, of course, work the overnight shifts. The gas station doesn't see much excitement. There are either the 10 customers that come in between the hours of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., or the random opossums that decide to make the trash cans outside their personal drum set. But I digress. The night started as any other night. Make sure all of the snacks, cold drinks, and beer were all properly stocked? Check. Now all that is left for me to do is, well, wait. I stood behind the counter looking at inventory, listening to music and just pacing around for the first couple of hours. You know the thing that people say, time flies? Yeah, that did not apply to that shift. As I got bored, I decided to leave the register and check out the items on the shelf to, make sure nothing majestically sold itself. As I was on one of the aisles, I heard a man call out, "Hey, y'all open?" I turned around to see that I had 2 customers standing at the checkout. Now, I should mention, this gas station does not have that fancy system that makes the door go ding when somebody comes in. Top line security, am I right? So I was caught off guard that 2 customers had come in without my knowledge. I quickly walked up to the register and apologized for the wait. As we were making the usual conversation of, "Hey, how are you doing?" and, "Man, it's dark out here in this area," the customer asked another question that is usually always asked. "How long is it until I get to the city from here?" I answer with the same answer that seems to automatically live in my mind rent-free. "It's a good couple of hours from here, just go towards the lights." Corny, I know, but that's my thing. Anyway, after scanning the customer's items, which literally were a candy bar and a bottle of water, I told them, "Be careful out there, y'all. There's a tornado warning in this area until 7 a.m., and the rain's starting to pick up, I think. In this area, even on a clear night, it is hard to see what is ahead of you on these dark, desolate roads." As I went to look at the second customer, I realized there was no second customer anymore. I chalked it up to the guy not wanting to wait any longer and just deciding to leave. I mean, from what I saw, he didn't have any items with him, and probably only needed some cigarettes or something that was behind the counter. I told the customer farewell and was ready to grind out the rest of these hours. But just like a psychic, my own words had foreshadowed my fate for the night. Not long after the customer left, it might have been an hour or so, the sky could no longer hold its sorrow and weeped gallons of tears from above. Now, to me, this is not a big deal. Bad weather, rain, opossums. Yeah, I still have it out for those little buggers. All of these things happen a lot in my area. So much so that I call the experience HWA, which stands for humid, wet, and annoying. As the rain and wind picked up, I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Mostly because, honestly, I would rather be at my house when the rain and wind decide to battle for dominance. With that being said, the inevitable happened. The power lines were no match for the relentless punishment from the elements. And then darkness, silence, aggravation. The power had gone, and there was no backup generator for me. I was just there, standing in a blanket of darkness so thick that it seemed to cover everyone in its embrace. I called my manager to let him know that the power had gone out, and also ask him what I should do now. Of course, with it being so late, or early, I guess, whatever, 4 o'clock a.m., whatever it means to you, there was no response from him. I thought about locking up and just buckling down at the gas station until the storm passed. I was getting paid after all. But that's when I heard it. Between the thunder. Between the rain. Between the wind. I heard a slight crunch coming from one of the aisles that was further away from the entrance of the station. At first, I paid no mind. I believed it to just be the store items shifting with all of this sorrowful weather. Darkness has a way of bending your mind into seeing and hearing things that your mind usually tells you, oh, that's just the wind. But after sitting there for a while, upset of course, but getting paid, I called my manager again, to no avail. Then, right after the light of my phone faded and my eyes were trying to accommodate the darkness, I heard it again. Movement, but this time closer, and right in between my phone call and a thunder strike. So now I'm on high alert. Someone is in here with me. I'm not alone. I just knew it. I tried to calm my nerves, not wanting to be that guy that overreacts, but I asked myself, can you ever really be too safe? I made a potentially dangerous and thoughtless move. I stood up and yelled, is anybody still in here? I got no response, but that didn't mean that there was no one there. The air felt thick from the humidity. Not just that, though. The feeling you get when you are not alone. The feeling of being, you guessed it, watched. As cliché as it sounds. Then I remembered something that I knew all along. There is no ding on the door to let me know when customers enter nor exit. That and the thought of the second customer came to mind. I never saw him leave. I just knew that he was there and then gone. I automatically, without a doubt, felt that something was strange. Something was not right. So I did what any gas station worker would do in the pitch black. Pretended to be a ninja so that I could slowly make my way to the source of the noise without being caught. As it turns out, I'm not a ninja. The moment I stepped out from behind the counter that I had been sitting behind, a voice stopped me in my tracks. Give me what you got, was all the void softly spoke to me. I froze, scared, too scared to say a word nor move an inch. When I called out, I wasn't truly expecting a response. Soon I heard footsteps, slow, but getting closer. My mind yelled, do something, run, charge at the sound and hope for the best. After all of that, I did nothing. Then his face appeared. A face hard to make out in the dark. A face that I would not have seen if my manager hadn't called me back at that moment that allowed my phone to light up. The second customer. It turns out, he never left. I pretended not to see nor know that I recognized him. Again, he repeated, "Come on, give me what you got, now," still in a calm and calculating way. I spoke for the first time after noticing that I was holding my breath this whole time. All I have is $250 in the register." He was quiet for a while and then told me, "Give it over." I wished that I could say that I pulled out some special move that brought the guy down that allowed me to hold him until the police showed up. But this is real life. I gave him the money, and luckily for me, he accepted it. He knew that police would not be out here in these parts at this time, and with this weather, even if I called, it would take them at least 30 minutes to get there. A local, I assumed. Had to be so confident. I talked to the manager and the police after all was said and done. My manager apologized that I had to go through that, and also was sorry that he didn't answer the phone sooner. I told him, "It's no worries, everyone deserves sleep." I got to leave early, and the manager closed the store for a couple of hours until the next employee came in. I was so lost in a trance after the situation that I truly believed that it still couldn't be real. That couldn't have just happened to me after the couple of years working there. And that was that, I thought. A funny plot twist. 2 weeks later, a man was caught trying to hold up a gas station close to where my job was located. A man that I remembered from that flash of light on my phone. The only difference is, he didn't get away this time. The only thing I can really say that I've learned from all of this, no matter how comfortable or how much you think you know each day will play out, always be on your guard. I was about 8 years old when this happened, so that would make my brother 15. He was supposed to be babysitting me, but instead went over to his friend's house, who lived about a mile away. I was okay with this. About an hour after he's gone, the phone rings. I go into the kitchen to answer it. On the other line, a deep and raspy voice says, "Nolan, this is the devil, and I'm coming to get you." And then hangs up. I wasn't a complete idiot. My brother always tormented me, and he wasn't home. I put 2 and 2 together, and I knew that it was him, just being a jerk. About 30 seconds pass and the phone rings again. "Nolan, this is the devil. I see you." I said something like, "Yeah, Jack, I know it's you." Looking back at it now, what transpired feels like a real-life version of the opening of Scream. This was 1991, so well before that movie came out. Over the course of about 20 minutes, the same thing keeps happening. "Nolan, this is the devil. I'm coming for you." And I would reply saying that I knew that it was my brother. The intensity picked up, and a tiny sliver of doubt began to creep over me that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't my brother. So I called Mike's house to yell at my brother. I got a hold of Jack and told him to stop it. He downplayed what I was saying and told me not to worry about it. Just a prank. Then he tells me to call him back if it happens again. It felt sincere. Now I'm getting a little worried, but was still pretty confident Jack was just being an a-hole. Sure enough, a minute or two later, "This is the devil." I don't know why I kept answering the phone, but my mom was a busy realtor, and I was trained to always answer and take a message. She even had one of those mobile phones even prior to those thick gray brick ones. It was corded and built into her car. I say all this because we had 2 lines at home, this being a few years before the AOL boom, so it was pretty rare for other households to have a second line. I knew this because none of my other friends had a second line. Call waiting, sure, but not a second line. Again, the phone rings, and the devil starts saying his thing, and I just burst out. "It's not even funny, Jack. Just stop. Just cut it." Then a beep on the line. Someone else was calling. I answer the other line, and my blood ran cold. It was my brother Jack, checking on me. Mike didn't have a second line. I suddenly became a blubbering mess. The next part is a blur. This was in Minnesota during the middle of a heavy blizzard. The next thing I know, I'm running down the street with no jacket on and snow in my boots because I was too panicked to lace them up. It's not easy running in the snow, but I didn't stop until I was about a block away from Mike's house. There I see my brother and Mike leaving the house looking a little confused to see me. Then an evil grin broke out on his face. As it turns out, Mike's family did have a second line. The whole thing was so stupid. I knew it was Jack the whole time, it had to be. But I assumed it was Jack doing the stupid voice, not his friend. So that second line calling in while I was talking to the devil suddenly threw my 8-year-old sensibilities into the blender. The whole thing went down into the lore of some of the top-tier torment that my brother inflicted on me growing up. Right up there with hanging me by my underwear from the windowsill, just high enough so the tips of my toes couldn't touch the floor. Or burrito wrapping me in the gym mat and duct taping it so I could not get out. Thanks, Jack. This took place around the fall of 2020, around late October. One night, 3 of my friends and I, Nate, Charlie, and Jordan, decided to meet up at a local park around midnight, just located within my friend Jordan's neighborhood, to have one of our relentless hotboxing smoke sessions. Since this was our senior year of high school, and with the pandemic and political animosity going on at the time, like many other kids, we were basically stuck at home for the most part, attending online classes, and barely getting out of our houses since most public places were closed. Because of this, we all ended up smoking to kill time. So having these hotbox sessions wasn't anything new to us, since we've been smoking since August of that same year. I recently stopped smoking altogether due to unrelated issues, but I digress. Back to the story. About an hour after our smoke session, the 4 of us reluctantly agreed to start driving out of the park and around town for a while, with my friend Jordan being the driver. Nate in the front passenger seat with Charlie and I in the back. 20 minutes into our drive, being the intoxicated idiots that we were, having the windows cracked, we decided to put on Dead Space ambience music as we were making our way out of a residential area and onto a 2-lane road that led out into the rural part of town. To give you an idea of the scenery, we were driving through one of those semi-rural suburban neighborhoods you would find in the middle of nowhere. For those of you that live in the rural South or the Midwest, you know what I'm talking about. Since it was completely pitch black and we were practically in the middle of nowhere, bumping creepy ambient music while approaching a dimly lit intersection, it began to give off an eerie liminal vibe that was kind of fitting for the season. As we approached the intersection, my mind began to green out and race about the unknown beyond the darkness that enshrined our surroundings. It would be terrifying if we found a humanoid, like a Wendigo or something right now. At that point, we had reached the intersection, and since I was looking to my left, I immediately noticed a figure emerging out of the pitch black. As the figure got under the streetlight, I realized that what I was looking at was a woman in pigtails dressed in a really classy, clean outfit, with a tan blouse and high heels. I instinctively sobered up and took this as a bad sign from all the stories I've heard. and just knew something was wrong. Because who would be out here at 1 a.m. in a classy outfit in the middle of nowhere? In a matter of seconds, my worst fear came to life as this woman began to approach the car, and I really didn't want any of us taking any chances with this woman. I started to freak out and told my buddy, "Jordan, there's a woman coming. Turn the car now." Our friend Nate noticed a second figure dressed in all black slowly emerge from the rear end of the car, just about 15 feet away from our right side, slowly approaching. This only instilled more fear in all of us about the situation. Charlie instantly caught on and saw what we were seeing, as this woman practically began running at us screaming, "Please stop. Help me." Charlie then began aggressively slapping Jordan's shoulder in a panic, shouting, "Jordan, turn the car now!" Jordan, still zooted off the weed, was confused for a split second before he saw that this woman and the man in black were mere feet from the car. In a panic, he yelled, "Oh my God!" He peeled out to the right and in the opposite direction from where this woman and the man came running from. We all sobered up a bit, being so creeped out and confused as to what just happened. But we laughed it off because of how intoxicated we all still were. Needless to say, we still question why the woman was running at us screaming, and what exactly the intentions were from both of them, especially the man dressed in all black behind the car. My morbid curiosity gets the better of me sometimes, and I would like some theories as to what could have happened to all four of us during that night. Let me know in the comments below. This was a handful of years ago. I was a new mother and home with my firstborn child. He was a couple of weeks old, and it came time for me to get an oil change and a tire rotation for my car. Instead of sitting in the dealership waiting room for an hour plus, I figured this would be a good opportunity to walk around this arboretum that wasn't too far away. I have been to the arboretum a handful of times before, but this time I noticed a sign for Patriot's Path. This is a paved trail that extends 35 miles throughout the county. The trails are broken down into segments as they are separated by roadways or neighborhoods. I would frequent other parts of the path and never felt uncomfortable. In fact, it was a nice way to feel connected to nature while sometimes encountering other people exercising and doing the same. Without hesitation, I decided to walk the path to kill time. I was excited to explore this new-to-me trail. First, the path cut through the tall grasses. Then it curved and increasingly became more of a wooded area. This wasn't concerning to me, as all the other parts of the trail that I have walked on were exclusively in the woods. As I was pushing my newborn in a stroller and enjoying my time in nature, I came to a fork in the path. The other parts of the trail I have been on was always one path, no forks. The right path was on higher ground, so I headed that way. As I was going, the path was getting increasingly difficult for the stroller. Tree roots broke through the path, and it was a rough ride for my baby. I wasn't able to keep the pace I was going. Since I was going significantly slower, I looked on my map to see if it included the path and where it would bring us. On the map, the left side of the fork traveled along a waterway, so I decided to try that route. As I was turning around, I saw a man well-dressed, slowly strolling towards us. I got the stroller free from the tree roots and started towards him. He had his phone up to his face, as if he was on a phone call. But he wasn't talking. We got closer. I looked at him to give a friendly nod, as I usually do when passing other people. He just looked straight ahead, expressionless. When I was processing that interaction, my gut told me something was wrong. He was wearing an outfit that I could best describe as business casual. Most people on the trails are in exercise clothes. He wasn't talking at all on his phone that he was holding up to his ear. And the other hand, he was concealing it. He had it in a rigid position behind his back, as if he was carrying something that he didn't want me to see. I turned to walk the other path of the fork and convinced myself I was just imagining things. After some more walking, I heard the sound of babbling water. According to my map app on my phone, I thought I should be able to see the waterway by now, and the path should open up to a parking lot. I felt like I should see the parking lot by now. When I tried opening the map again, my phone wasn't working. I was in the woods, alone with my baby, with no phone access, and I just had a strange interaction. It was time to turn around and head out of these woods. Much to my dismay, there was the man again. His face still expressionless. His phone still up to his ear. He was still not talking, and his other hand was still hiding behind his back. I felt my heart sink into my stomach, and my stomach jump into my throat. Why did he turn around on the first part of the path? Why didn't he turn at the fork? He was close enough to us for me to realize that he must have turned around soon after we did. He must have seen us turn down the other path at the fork. All the alarms in my body were ringing. Get out of here. When we needed to pass him, I started to jog. Hey, I'm wearing the appropriate outfit for a trail that most people used for exercise, right? Maybe my intention was to jog this whole time. I didn't stop jogging until I was out of the woods and into the tall grass. I turned to look behind me, and luckily, my son and I were alone again. I jogged some more until there was a large distance between us and the trail. We waited in the dealership waiting room for the rest of the time they were working on my car. I did go back to the Arboretum after that, but I haven't ventured down that section of the trail ever again. Now, maybe this was just a regular businessman. Nothing happened between me and this man, and maybe nothing was going to happen. But personally, I would rather go for an unplanned jog than ignore my gut instinct and find out. I would like to start off by saying, I don't know what I have gone through. I still question myself what I have been through that night, until this day. My mind is still hazy and has a lot of unanswered questions, but I guess I will never figure that out, will I? I live in India. For more specifics, I live in West Bengal. I'm not going to share in which part of West Bengal I live because I don't want people hunting stuff down. This case was not very newsworthy anyway. None except the neighbors of the apartment complex know about this. In West Bengal, the coming of autumn is marked by a festival called Durga Puja. There are 10 days where we celebrate the coming of autumn, and it's the season where we worship the mother of all the idols in the Hindu religion, Durga, more famously in India known as Ma Durga. I remember me and my family being super excited, and we were to celebrate these 10 days with no studying, just enjoying ourselves thoroughly since it's the only time in a year where we can relax. On the 7th day of Durga Puja, my mother wasn't really satisfied with the enjoyment we had in our complex, so I proposed that we could go outside and watch the other pandals, which are clothed temples with bamboos made for the idol to be placed there for 10 days. We set out at 12 o'clock midnight. This was the time when people came out to see the pandals, since they could get really crowded with people in the evening. Plus, we didn't want to miss our complex functions. We set out in our car and went to different places, enjoying stuff. It was around 2 in the morning when we entered through the gate of our apartment. I would like to avoid the confusion that no such security guard remained under every tower after midnight. All of them are out of order except for 3 guards, who would be sitting out, dozing off, not doing their job at the main entrance of the gate. We did have really good security, but after midnight, everything just gets loose. We entered the main gate to be shooed off by 2 guards sleepily. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I see a man, an elderly man, who was kind of scrawny. I had a bad hunch on seeing him, because his attire was something that would catch the eye of anybody. He wore a golden sherwani with white pants, but he had a cotton gamcha, or a very thin piece of bright red cloth with patterns which would be used by a lot of people in India to dry themselves off after a shower. He was wearing glasses and had a long white beard, which made him look even more suspicious. He was walking by the entrance of our car, and I noticed that he had his hands behind his back. I could also see that he was carrying something which was shining under the lamppost that he was walking through. This sent shivers down my spine as I told my mom jokingly, "Should I be concerned that this man has a pumpkin knife in the dead of night?" Since the knife I thought he had behind his back was a pumpkin knife, used specifically in vegetable shops. My mom paled all of a sudden at the thought, while my dad started laughing. My mom shushed him down and asked where I had seen the man. My dad parked the car in our parking lot as we got out of the car, and I saw the man again walking freely inside the complex through the roads which connected each apartment. Our apartment complex is huge, and we had certain roads which could lead to one tower or another. My mom caught sight of the man and started walking boldly behind him. We hid behind another car to run back to our apartment once the coast was clear. My mother suddenly backed off track and walked to our apartment. She met us at the ground floor of the apartment and she confirmed my suspicions. She didn't want to call the police because she thought this might go 2 ways and that we could be wrong. He might also just be a laborer in the near construction site, and he was just there looking at stuff. I had a bad feeling in my stomach, but since there was no security, we couldn't really convey our worries to anybody. While we were in the elevator to reach our floor, my mom told me that the man stood in the intersection on the road. After a few meters in the road, you come to the intersection. If you go left, there is the back gate where there are no security guards, and that gate is closed after 10 p.m. If you go right, there would be more roads which would lead you to more towers. The man stood there at the intersection, not knowing what to do, and my mom told us to hurry before he could look back. The most spine-chilling part was what we learned the next day, the 8th day of the festival, that one of the women in the tower had died. She was 40 years old. She was fine. She had no complications in her age. But then we found out that she was murdered in her bed, and the door lock was burnt to ashes. We were told no more details until one of her sons confirmed our worst fears. The weapon used to kill her was a pumpkin knife.